writing a diary to vent, and let Iron Man see it. This video is purely for entertainment, and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting, and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101, Sublimation, the first step of Iron Man's deification. Second update, please subscribe. Everyone could tell that the so-called response team might be the Avengers. But Nick Fury had never thought that he would use the Avengers to fight on the front battlefield. He originally just wanted to organize a superhero team to deal with some supernatural forces such as werewolves and vampires. But he didn't expect that he would have to fight even alien invasions. The key is that the news mentioned here contains too much information. Jarvis, where is the nearest garrison to New York? Tony Stark asked. According to the information, in addition to the National Guard, it is the 10th Mountain Division stationed in Fort Drum, New York, which is affiliated with the 18th Airborne Army. Jarvis quickly gave the answer. The New York that most people are familiar with is actually New York City, but above New York City, there is another New York State, which is basically two different concepts. How long will it take for this Mountain Division to reinforce New York City? Tony Stark asked. According to the results of the exercise, the first batch of airborne troops can arrive in 1 hour at the fastest, and the entire force can arrive in the city within 3 hours. Jarvis replied. Tony, what do you mean? Black Widow Natasha said with some understanding. It means that, if this news is live broadcast without delay, the army may have just arrived, or at least the large force has just arrived. That is to say, the battle may have only started for an hour or 2 hours, and the situation is so bad that nuclear bombs have to be used to prevent the aliens from further spreading the invasion. Tony Stark made a terrible inference. Everyone gasped. In fact, only Captain America Rogers was a soldier here, but the others were not completely ignorant of the military's battles. Even if they were caught off guard, with the National Guard blocking them, and the Avengers fighting hard, the US military, which was known as the strongest on the surface, was still defeated within an hour or 2 hours. If you take into account that it takes time for the aliens to move and spread out, you can imagine the situation on the battlefield. The strongest US military on the surface will collapse at the touch of a button. Only if any battle is defeated at the first encounter can it spread so quickly. It was only with such rapid battlefield changes that the US government was determined to use nuclear bombs, even if it meant sacrificing its own political life. In the previous scene, although the members of the Avengers were in a mess, they were still able to fight back with these aliens. In particular, Tony Stark crashed a Leviathan spaceship of the Chitauri. This gave them an illusion that the Earthlings could fight the Chitauri, or at least fight them. But that was limited to the top combat power among the humans on humans in the Avengers. There were only a few such people on the entire Earth. A normal army would almost collapse at the first touch. The gap between the strength of the Earth and the strength of the Chitauri can be imagined. The US Army, at the current stage of the Blue Planet in 0809, is almost invincible. After all, a certain big country in the east next door has not yet started a big outbreak, and it is at most half a catty. If even the US Army performs like this, you can imagine what the result will be if other countries face the Chitauri. The big countries will collapse at one blow, and those small countries are basically joking. On such a blue planet where more than half of the countries have propellers, the combat power represented by those big countries is the peak combat power of the Earthlings. Looking at it this way, humans have a sense of deja vu that they are about to be finished. In an instant, it was as if a mountain was pressing down on them. It even made them breathless. The more you know, the more you understand the severity of the future situation at this time. At this time, the picture turned and came to the sky. Above the sky, a huge crack was across the sky. A huge beam of light swept directly from the top of Tony Stark's Stark Industrial Building, connecting to the huge space crack. Obviously, countless Chitauri armies relied on the space crack formed by this device to finally come to this world. And Iron Man Tony Stark was carrying a nuclear bomb, and was obviously going to be thrown here. So they rely on this kind of wormhole to jump into space? Tony Stark narrowed his eyes. Generally speaking, space travel is nothing more than superluminal spacecraft, or finding a space wormhole to jump. Both are difficult. Each one is something that humans can do, and it may not be possible in a few hundred years. But since the problem is on this device, what does this mean? It means that there are traitors on Earth, human spies. This is not difficult to judge. Even the dark dimensional Lord Dormammu knows to raise a few human spies and followers on Earth, so it is reasonable for the Chitauri to ambush traitors on Earth. There is no way to stop this. As far as he knows, there are many other races on Earth. Vampires and werewolves are considered native aliens. There are many other aliens, but the Skrulls are considered to be relatively large. Although there is no absolute evidence of other aliens, S.H.I.E.L.D. is not completely unaware. Who knows how many small-scale aliens have infiltrated and secretly cultivated human spies. There will definitely be many people who lead the alien lords, and there will be many. From the bottom to the top, there are no shortage of them. There are countless people in the upper echelons who are acting as spies for vampires, and hoping to become vampires and gain immortality. These are what Tony Stark learned from S.H.I.E.L.D. recently. It was really eye-opening. He felt that his worldview had collapsed and reorganized many times. Although he felt that it might be difficult to completely find these people, he had to strengthen monitoring, especially the old white man, Dr. Silverchair, who might be related to these people, or at least had a connection. Let's monitor them first. At this time, in the picture, the Iron Man Tony Stark was carrying a nuclear bomb. At the moment, when he was about to hit the Stark building, he directly exerted his strength and rushed towards the direction of the space crack at a right angle of 90 degrees with the nuclear bomb. When they saw Tony Stark succeed, countless people on the aerospace carrier cheered. The people outside the picture had not yet breathed a sigh of relief, and at this time they saw a dense and endless army of Chitauri waiting in line to go to the space crack for support. After sending the nuclear bomb into the space crack, Tony Stark's armor energy was completely exhausted, and his face was filled with despair and relief. Jarvis' voice came to his ears. "Sir." Calling Miss Pepper failed. The iron armor lost all its energy and light and slid down. But at the same time, the nuclear bomb finally hit the Chitauri mothership, and the light of the nuclear bomb explosion instantly engulfed the Chitauri mothership. Immediately, the Chitauri soldiers on Earth fell to the ground one after another, and the huge steel monster fell directly onto the building, as if the power was cut off. Iron Man also closed his eyes and fell directly down. At this time, the people waiting on Earth could not wait for his return. In this case, Captain America Rogers finally took responsibility and announced, "Close it." He knew that now was the best opportunity. If he did not take advantage of the transmission channel on the mechanism, the consequences would be disastrous. The Chitauri mothership would not be the only one, and this nuclear bomb only destroyed such a mothership. Is this the only strength of an alien civilization that can teleport across the stars? Black Widow Natasha could only try her best to supply the energy in the device. At this time, the crack in the sky was gradually shrinking, and just when everyone was extremely frustrated about losing Tony Stark's iron armor just left the space crack under the pull of gravity at the last moment, and fell to the earth. Iron Man fell at an astonishing speed, and everyone smiled, but before they could be happy for a while, they found that Iron Man, who fell from the sky, did not slow down at all, and fell directly like a meteorite. "Oh my god." Captain America exclaimed. If this continued, Iron Man would be killed on the spot, even if he was wearing armor. After all, it was too high, and if he fell down, he would be bruised all over. He didn't slow down. Thor said, turning the Thor's hammer in his hand, ready to fly up, to catch the armor and save people. Suddenly, there was a huge roar, and a tall figure flew up into the air at lightning speed, hugging Tony Stark's iron armor. It was none other than the Hulk. His other hand was desperately grasping the tall building, constantly reducing the impact, and finally he hugged Iron Man and slammed into the ground. Everyone quickly surrounded him and took off Tony Stark's mask, but it seemed that Tony Stark had no breath. Everyone's face showed an extremely sad expression, but with the roar of the Hulk, Tony Stark woke up, as if he had woken up from a nightmare. "My god, what happened? Don't tell me that someone kissed me." Tony Stark couldn't help but glance at everyone and asked worriedly. If that was the case, he might as well die. He was the Iron Man Tony Stark, a playboy, a super genius, a world-class rich man, and a super player. When had he ever suffered such grievances and losses? Chapter 102 Good news. The aliens are very retarded. Bad news. We didn't fight them. 3 more updates. Please subscribe. We won. Captain Rogers looked at the ruined city surroundings. It seemed that he had finally accepted that they had won and defeated the army of this terrible alien civilization. Great job, guys. Great job. I think we should not go to work tomorrow and take a day off. Have you ever eaten Turkish kebab? There is a restaurant about 2 blocks away. I don't know how it tastes, but I want to try it. Tony Stark said. We haven't finished yet. Thor said. Tony Stark said, then eat kebab later. The next moment, the scene changed, but it was a group of Avengers members eating Turkish kebab in a kebab restaurant with a look of despair on their faces. Their faces were full of happy, and I like it. The video ended here. Tony Stark smiled bitterly, holding his forehead. He could almost feel that the little Easter egg at the end of the video was full of Lin Feng's bad taste. He must have done it on purpose. He did it on purpose, to let them know how bad this Turkish kebab was. Tony, your taste is really average. Hawkeye Barton said. Everyone nodded, and in their hearts, they had quietly crossed out the Turkish kebab from their dinner list. That look of despair was too lethal to them. I haven't eaten it either, and I heard that it's impossible not to step on thunder when eating. Tony Stark said unconvinced. Tony, we are really impressed by you now. I didn't expect that you could make such a righteous decision in the end. No wonder Lin Feng said that you are a mortal body comparable to gods. Black Widow Natasha said. That is the shining point of my personality. Tony Stark showed a smug expression on his face. Although the self in another timeline was a bit reckless, it was already at that time, and to be honest, there was no choice. Although it was a bit sorry for Pepper, the problem was that, if the alien army spread out, everything he wanted to protect would not be protected. But these politicians are crazy. They actually bombed New York with a nuclear bomb. Hill said. Although New York was spared in the end, the mere possibility of this was enough to make people gasp. If it really comes to a matter of life and death, what would happen if it was 10 New Yorks, not to mention 1? Captain America Rogers said. As a soldier and a veteran who had personally experienced World War II, he still had a typical war mentality. The biggest difference between war mentality and peace mentality is that peace mentality always considers how many people will be sacrificed. War mentality considers ensuring the final victory, and it is normal to sacrifice a few to protect the majority. He just couldn't combine the Tony Stark in front of him with the selfless Tony Stark in the video who even sacrificed himself. Is this a person? Can this be a person? Tell me, is this Tony Stark? This is fucking 8 years old. Oh no, this is that fucking playboy. Everyone thought about it, and Captain America Rogers' thinking was not wrong. If you don't consider their entire wealth and their relatives and friends who are all in New York, this is very true. If the alien army spreads out, it doesn't seem to make any difference whether they die under nuclear bombs or are killed by aliens. But isn't the technological development of the Chitauri a bit biased? Tony Stark said. First of all, they don't seem to have the ability to jump through wormholes or fly faster than the speed of light. They have to rely on our people on Earth to prepare such a device for them. Secondly, how come such a large Chitauri mothership doesn't even have an air defense system? A nuclear bomb wiped them out? Tony Stark still felt incredible when he said this. As a race that can cross star levels, you should at least have a basic air defense system, not to mention an energy shield. You can't be hit by a nuclear bomb so easily. This is too biased. Even if you put it in the bodies of the major powers on Earth, their fleets will not have no air defense at all, but they can be destroyed by someone like this. And why do they feel like the Zerg in science fiction novels? They only have one mothership, and all their consciousness is on that mothership. Once it is destroyed, they will lose all contact. So these Chitauri soldiers are actually unmanned robots? Tony Stark said in disbelief. This kind of unmanned robot, unmanned aircraft and the like are also very popular concepts on Earth, especially in order to greatly reduce the casualties of soldiers, and they have begun to develop them. But even so, it is impossible for countries to develop a product that will lose all combat effectiveness at once because of the inability to connect to the internet. Are all soldiers connected to the cloud? Don't they have processors in their bodies? Don't they have any missions saved? Have you ever considered the possibility of not being able to connect to the internet? So I seem to have found a way to deal with these aliens. There is no need to destroy their motherships with nuclear bombs. Just develop a signal shielding processor to directly cut off the signal to them. They will be disabled one by one. Tony Stark continued to complain. These two look different, but they play the same role. He originally thought that the Chitauri mothership was very difficult to deal with, but what was the result? He was completely disappointed. How could they not even have basic defense capabilities? They couldn't even intercept a 0.7 level nuclear bomb developed by Earthlings. This whole thing was outrageous. It was not as good as the Patriot series that was everywhere. At least hundreds of Patriot missiles could intercept this nuclear bomb. If the other party was unprepared, Tony Stark would laugh even more. You are an interstellar civilization that has conquered countless civilizations. You should have rich experience in war. How come you have never encountered nuclear bombs or long-range missiles before? It was completely incomprehensible. So he could only understand that the development of these Chitauri was completely biased and wrong. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the fluctuating combat effectiveness of these Chitauri. If you say they are not powerful, they can easily defeat the US military. Even the superheroes are in a mess. They are exhausted in just 1 hour. If they are given a little more time, it would be no difficulty to wipe out the Avengers. So much so that the US government was cruel enough to blow up its own New York. But you have to say how powerful they are. Their mothership, the kind that can roam the universe, actually didn't even have an early warning system, not even an air defense system, and was blown up directly. Their soldiers and their spaceships are like NPCs controlled by the internet. If they lose the internet, they will be dimmed. They don't even have an independent combat program. If there is such a thing, even if the space cracks are cut off, so that they can't support from their homeland, it will be very difficult to just clean up the Chitauri soldiers and spaceships that have already arrived. So you say they are not good, they have 2 tricks, and the human beings on Earth really can't come. You say they are good, and I feel so aggrieved, unconvinced, and so angry. It's really impossible to advance or retreat. It's really annoying. I can only say that the technology tree of these Chitauri is completely wrong. For example, these Chitauri soldiers don't even have reliable armor, and the war weapons are made into the shape of a big fish. It looks fancy. In addition to proving that their anti-gravity technology is very high, it has no use. The Chitauri obviously have a high level of science, but in terms of the application of war, at most they are about the same level as the current Earthlings. It is only because their technology is more advanced that the resistance of the Earth's army is so completely no match. He is confident that if the Earth's technology can one day develop to the same level as the Chitauri, it will be enough to beat the Chitauri and teach them what the art of war is. It really feels like a waste of resources. With such a high level of science, the final product is actually such a thing. It's like fighting World War I or World War II with modern war equipment. In Tony Stark's imagination, it should be very common for civilizations that can cross interstellar to be equipped with his current armor, which is at the regular level. Looking at the Chitauri soldiers, he wonders what level of civilization they are. If the Earth civilization can develop to level 1, it will not be worse than them. It's really angry, funny, and helpless. What's funny is that the opponent is so outrageous and useless. What's infuriating is that we can't beat such a useless opponent. Isn't that worse than being mentally retarded? So now he feels that. Good news, the Chitauri's technology tree is wrong, and they are very stupid. Bad news, such stupid aliens defeated the US military and almost conquered the Earth. If it is according to my idea, it has developed to that level. At least there can be an energy shield, but they don't seem to think about it. Tony Stark said. But we should also be thankful that they don't have such ability. Their technology tree is wrong. Otherwise how can we beat them? There is no chance of winning. Black Widow Natasha said. That's right. Tony Stark nodded, but his expression did not ease much. He has never been a person who pins his hopes on his opponent's mistakes, because it is a bit too humiliating for him. Moreover, this is just the Chitauri. What about other cosmic civilizations? Does everyone have to hope that their technology tree is wrong? In the final analysis, strengthening oneself is the most important thing. The basic update is completed, and I will write more monthly tickets during the day. Please subscribe and support the monthly tickets. Chapter 103 Tony, I'm just an ordinary super genius. 4th update, 50 monthly tickets plus more. I just don't know what their communication method is, quantum communication or something else. If we know, we can develop signal blockers in advance, and then we can use them. I won't put all my hopes on another nuclear bomb at that time. Fundamentally speaking, this matter is too dependent on luck. If our luck is a little worse, or if the protagonist halo mentioned in Lin Feng's diary does not exist, we will be finished. Tony Stark said. He now has an idea. Other alien civilizations will be considered later. At least now we should think about how to deal with the Chitauri. Everyone nodded one after another. They also didn't believe in the protagonist halo. That was too coincidental. The only way was to strengthen their strength. But they were also desperate. In the face of the conquest between civilizations, how could they increase their strength to keep up? Everyone waited for a while. Lin Feng did not continue to write a diary and prepared to disperse immediately. Tony Stark had no intention of attending the banquet at this time. Time waits for no one. Jarvis, establish a new research project, which is the quantum communication blocker. Tony Stark said. He knew it was difficult, or even impossible to do. With current technology, at least there was no way to block quantum communication. But now he had to bite the bullet. It's already been built, sir. Jarvis said. In addition, there's another project, which is to add a part on the armor, to place a spare arc reactor. Tony Stark said. Or, put some on the satellite, and when necessary, shoot it down directly from the satellite, so that energy can be replenished anytime and anywhere, or research a new technology that can be used for remote energy replenishment, and shoot energy directly from the satellite. Tony Stark thought about it. He had appeared in Lin Feng's diary video several times, and almost every time he was short of energy, especially the recent Chitauri invasion. His armor only fought for about an hour, and should have run out of energy. Because when he designed this armor, he didn't consider going to the battlefield at all. For him, the opponents he set were all terrorists, or some not so powerful supervillains, and one-on-one battles. Generally, if it wasn't a high-intensity battle on the battlefield, it would be no problem to fight normally for a few hours. But in a high-intensity battle on the battlefield, the limit is only 1 hour. After all, although nuclear energy is said to be unlimited energy, the size of the nuclear reactor is different from that of the miniature arc reactor. So we have to find a way to charge it. Now we have to consider the use in the battlefield environment, especially the need to fight against large enemies. For example, if there is a large battle armor, it can be dealt with. The battle armor we usually wear is too small and not suitable for use on the battlefield. In other words, before this, he never thought that he would go to the battlefield, so his battle armor did not consider the battle armor against large targets, armored targets, and energy replenishment. After all, how long does it take to stop a crime normally? The intensity and severity of the battle are not at the same level, so it is inevitable that there will be problems of one kind or another. By the way, Jarvis, call up Anton Vanko's information, all the information that can be found on the internet. Tony Stark thought for a while, then said. Now there is one thing in his mind that he can't let go of, that is Anton Vanko, the man who is said to have invented the arc reactor with his father. Because if it is true, it means that the arc reactor he made is also part of the fruits of others' labor. Although the arc reactor should have been made by him in a cave in Afghanistan in the correct timeline mentioned by Lin Feng, it only proves that he has strong hands-on ability and does not mean that he made the arc reactor in such a short time. He is just an ordinary super genius, not God, who can get whatever he wants. Spreading hands. Soon, Jarvis's investigation results came out and were presented to Tony Stark. This was a scientist who used to be under his father's command. Later, they developed a deduction model of the arc reactor together, but were later deported and went to Russia. There was no news after that. Tony Stark knew that this matter was not simple at first glance, because what Nick Fury said before was nonsense. For example, Nick Fury said that Anton Vanka was expelled because he wanted to sell the arc reactor to make a lot of money. This view is completely untenable. First, converting the research results into civilian use and finally making a lot of money is the basic logic of the operation of capitalist society. What's wrong with this? After he made the arc reactor, he immediately developed related clean energy and made a lot of money for his Stark Industries. This is a very normal practice in the capitalist world. And the so-called claim that he wanted to exchange money for the Russian government is even more nonsense, because there is no physical object at all. Due to the limitations of that era, this thing cannot be made at all. Even Howard Stark sealed this thing for a long time. It was probably not until 30 or 40 years later that Tony Stark really completed it. And if he really took this thing to the Russian government in exchange for money, the Russian government should have had samples by now, but as far as he knows, it doesn't have them yet. So he didn't think this matter was simple at all. There might be all kinds of conspiracies and intrigues. He was no longer a rookie. Over the years, he had been in charge of Stark Industries. He had experienced countless open and secret struggles, including the crisis that his uncle Abade suddenly became stupid and wanted to get rid of him. What else was there to not understand? So the Anton Vank will have a son? Will he meet me in the future? Tony Stark said lightly, and then a sense of winning was also aroused. There is no doubt that the competition of the previous generation may continue to his generation. He also wanted to completely clear his father's name. Jarvis, work, I'll make a list, and you can help me place an order on the internet. Tony Stark clapped his hands and prepared to get into work. At this time in Asgard, Thor was also looking at his father, the God King Odin. Odin took a look at the video. In the end, humans won. He still felt a little emotional. He didn't expect that humans could develop such a powerful nuclear bomb. It's not that he hasn't seen this kind of thing. Asgard stands in the universe, and he doesn't know how many technological civilizations he has dealt with. It's just that he has some feelings. What was human beings like more than 1,000 years ago? At that time, although they couldn't be said to be eating raw meat and drinking blood, they were also very backward. Especially after the Industrial Revolution, they made rapid progress in just a few hundred years. And this is the characteristic of technological civilization, which is where their magic civilization can't keep up. Magic civilization often has a high starting point. For example, many gods are born gods. They can use the energy of the origin of the universe and have superhuman power. But there may be no progress for a long time. There may even be a situation where one generation is worse than the next. The most typical example is their Asgard. He is such a hero, and his eldest daughter is also invincible. The natural godhood is almost invincible on the battlefield. But when it comes to his eldest son and second son, they are several levels behind. But unless the technological civilization is completely crippled, it is difficult for the overall regression to occur. Maybe in a few hundred years, these humans can create even greater miracles. Of course, it doesn't mean that magic civilization has no advantages at all. Magic civilization still has its own very powerful side, but it is different from technological civilization. So you should not be too ostentatious on Earth. If these humans are really pissed off by you, and they throw nuclear bombs at you, can you stop them? Odin said, looking at Thor. Thor smiled awkwardly. He probably couldn't stop them. He hadn't reached the level of being able to ignore nuclear bombs, and his strength was also limited. Now as Lin Feng read more and more diaries, his awe of this world has greatly deepened. Put away the diary and start today's special training. There is not much time left for you. How many people in Asgard can be saved depends on how hard you work now. Odin said, I will do my best to protect everyone. Thor said with a firm face. On the rooftop of a building in New York, Spider-Woman Gwen put away her diary. She was also very anxious. The scene of the alien invasion was too big, and it was really a bit scary. In the so-called correct timeline, Tony Stark finally used a nuclear bomb to solve the problem of the Chitauri mothership and ease the crisis. But now their timeline, according to Lin Feng's judgment, is definitely not a normal timeline. How can they be so lucky? She has been thinking about how to get her parents out of New York. It is too dangerous. Even if there is the most powerful army in the United States stationed around, it can't resist it at all. The key is that when a nuclear bomb comes down, all beings are really equal. Although she has the superpowers of a spider, under a nuclear bomb, it is likely that all beings will die together equally. After reading this, she is no longer the carefree, trouble-free, and well-protected girl. Thinking of this, she put away her backpack, jumped, and disappeared into the night. The first extra chapter is delivered today. Please subscribe, please vote, and please support. Chapter 104, Camouflage Magic, From Beginner to Mastery. 5 updates, 100 votes for an extra update. At this time, Lin Feng, who had just finished writing his diary, was rubbing his hands, taking a shower, and preparing for the lottery, focusing on a sense of ritual. This time he must draw something good, as today is the day for him to escape from Africa and enter Europe. Draw, Lin Feng said. In front of him, a translucent turntable started to spin rapidly, and after a moment, it finally stopped in one of the sections. Ding, this lottery is completed. Congratulations to the host for drawing the magic book, Camouflage Magic, From Beginner to Mastery, Part 1. Lin Feng looked at the magic book that suddenly appeared in front of him and was a little dumbfounded. What is this? He immediately took the magic book, but found that it was a book with a simple and exquisite shape and a faint energy sheen. He opened the book and found that it actually recorded the content of camouflage's magic. First of all, meditation is the foundation of camouflage magic. Through this meditation, one can establish a connection with certain dimensional demons, and then borrow the magic power needed to cast magic from these dimensional demons. The so-called magicians of camouflage need to pay back their debts, and that's why the more you take, the more you have to pay back. Of course, there are also people like Ancient One who are already powerful to a certain extent. Even if they take advantage of you, what can you do? Ancient One not only took advantage of Dormammu, but also Vishanti, and finally escaped from his debts by dying. In addition, 3 magics are recorded. The first one is the portal that Lin Feng has been thinking about. To be precise, the official name is the Dimensional Gate. With this portal, he can go wherever he wants. Didn't you see that Doctor Stephen Strange can open a portal from Titan to Earth as far as possible? That's invincible, and there's no need for a spaceship. The ability of the magic side is so unreasonable. The second one is the mirror space, which is the spell that eventually led to the tragic death of Master Ancient One. Yes, that's right, it's the spell that burned the special effects funds and eventually caused Master Ancient One to leave the stage early. The third one is the Seraphim Shield for defense, which is known as the strongest magic shield. With the continuous improvement of skills, the strength of defense will continue to increase, and it can defend from both the physical level and the magic level, which directly makes up for Lin Feng's shortcomings. Seeing this book Magic of Camouflage, From Beginner to Mastery Part 1, Lin Feng was overjoyed. Sure enough, he succeeded in getting out of Africa and into Europe. This wave of money is huge. This is the magic ability he has been thinking about for a long time. He has been envious of the abilities of those magicians for a long time, but he dared not go to Ancient One to learn, for fear of affecting the timeline. Not only is he afraid of Ancient One, the father level boss, but more importantly, he is also afraid of causing changes in the timeline, which ultimately led to Doctor Stephen Strange's failure to become Doctor Strange. This is not impossible. As long as it is not the so-called sacred timeline, it is possible for each timeline to develop into something strange. Who will deal with Dormammu at that time? Also, if Doctor Strange goes astray and becomes Dark Strange at that time, who will it be? Therefore, he has always avoided the line on the magic side. Now he can be sure that his timeline is not only not a normal timeline, but also has some characters from the DC world, such as Wonder Woman, who should be considered heretics in the eyes of TVA. He also has complicated feelings about TVA. If TVA is still so strong now, then his timeline may be directly erased from the beginning, and he will not even be able to speak. Especially when he just came here, he was just an ordinary person. If they erased you from the root, you would have no way to do anything. He even doesn't know whether Conqueror Kang has been killed by Loki, because the concept of timeline in the Marvel world is not developed bit by bit with the passage of time. Instead, a complete timeline will be formed in an instant. Now, don't think that you have not been erased. In fact, it may not be the time for TVA to be dispatched. Once they are dispatched, they will erase you from the source. Who knows whether the source of the timeline has been eliminated? As the downstream of the timeline, you can't feel the upstream of the timeline. It feels really bad to have one's fate completely controlled by others. But the existence of TVA has its advantages. That is, the timeline is completely nailed down by Kang the Conqueror, so there is no need to worry about any accidents. One villain after another will be defeated by superheroes, and justice will eventually triumph over evil. This is the mainstream of film and television works. But after TVA ceases to exist, countless possibilities appear. For example, the Avengers fights Thanos. There are more than 14 million possibilities for the future, and only one will win in the end, and it can't even be said directly, otherwise it won't work. In other words, the Avengers have to be wiped out more than 14 million times before they can win one of them. The future is completely uncertain, and it is possible that the Earth will be swallowed by Dormammu, the Earth will be conquered by Asgard, the Earth will be conquered by the Chitauri, or the entire universe will be collapsed by Doctor Strange. All kinds of anti-Shyang things. Even the farther level is not safe. You have to go to a higher level, at least to reach the level of a single universe, out of the constraints of the timeline. To use a more oriental fantasy, that is, jump out of the 3 realms, and not in the 5 element. So now he is also very headache. But now there are other channels to learn magic. That's great. Lin Feng checked it immediately, silently recorded the meditation technique in his mind, and recorded the other 3 magics, and then locked the magic book and diary in a safe. Only then did he start to try meditation, breathing, meditating, and practicing according to the records in it. According to the records in the magic book, ordinary people may need a long time of practice to be able to vaguely sense those extraordinary beings, and then communicate with these extraordinary beings, and get the will from them. But the first time Lin Feng meditated, he immediately felt that his spiritual perception was infinitely magnified. He didn't know whether he was born with extraordinary talents, or because his body had undergone 2 transformations, so it was different from ordinary people. The first time, he felt as if he was in a vast universe, and then a strong breath in the distance. The powerful energy shone like a huge star in this universe, attracting his attention. It even seemed that there were countless low voices in his ears, bewitching him to communicate with them. There are majestic energies, chaotic and disordered energies, and many are evil, terrifying, and corrupted energies. Lin Feng immediately reacted. These should be the 3 major camps of general magic: white magic, black magic, and chaos magic. Among them, white magic is the source of magic power for the general magicians of Kamataj, and it is also the legendary trinity god, Vishanti. These 3 ancient gods are the source of all white magicians and the fundamental force to maintain the order of the world. The masters behind the so-called black magic are dimensional demons like Dormammu. Many of them are demons who were defeated and exiled in the ancient wars on Earth. Many of them are very evil and corrupt. Dormammu is just one of them. There is another camp, the so-called chaos magic. Behind these magics stand chaos gods. Many chaos gods have been dead for many years. For a long time, chaos magic was considered to be non-existent. Until the Scarlet Witch came out, Doctor Stephen Strange still thought that chaos magic did not exist. These powerful beings now seem to have discovered an incredible existence. They rushed towards Lin Feng frantically, whispering in Lin Feng's ears, wanting Lin Feng to borrow their magic power. Of course, once you borrow their magic power, you have to pay it back. Although Lin Feng is very strange, generally speaking, Kamataj's meditation can only communicate with Vishanti. Many magicians who want to communicate with other dimensional gods must have the summoning and sacrificial rituals of the relevant gods. For example, the summoning ritual of Dormammu, that Cassilis obtained from Kamataj's magic book. Each dimensional demon god has a different way of communicating. It is highly unlikely that there will be a situation like Lin Feng is now, a pot of stew. It may also be the result of a systematic transformation of this meditation technique. In the face of the temptation of these dimensional demon gods, Lin Feng immediately thought that only children have to make choices, and he wants them all. Anyway, owing 1 is owing 100 is also owing. There is no difference. As for the debt collection in the future, it is not certain who will be tomb at that time. Just like the Ancient One, her strength is already strong enough to drive out Dormammu who comes to collect debts, so she is not afraid of debt collection. Anyway, he has a long life. Just by injecting the super soldier serum, he will probably live more than 200 years safely. This is a judgment made with reference to the lifespan of Captain America. In addition, after the transformation of the Homelander template, his life essence has been further improved. Even compared with the immortal species of the royal family of the EC, such as Thor, there should be no problem living for hundreds of years. By that time, who knows how many good things he can draw, and it is not certain that he will surpass these dimensional demon gods. If that day really comes, I will just spread my hands and look at them innocently. I borrowed it, based on my own ability, why should I pay it back? Is this reasonable? Lin Feng immediately contacted all the dimensional demons he could sense, absorbed their power into his body, and continuously transformed it into magic power. During the new book period, please subscribe and support. Chapter 105, Captain America, is this Lin Feng a normal human being? 6th update, 150 votes and extra update. As the powerful force poured into his body, Lin Feng felt that his original little bit of magic power was increasing at an astonishing speed. At first, Lin Feng was afraid that these magic powers were completely different and would conflict with each other, so he only absorbed them on a small scale. But soon he found that under the control of the powerful meditation technique, these magic powers were fused into a rope, and there was no sign of conflict at all. Lin Feng didn't know whether it was because the meditation technique was powerful or because these magic powers would not conflict with each other, but now he was really happy. Others were picking from one demon god bit by bit, but he was fed by a bunch of demon gods. He couldn't even feel the influence of the evil and corrupt black magic and the disordered and chaotic magic on the human mind as rumored. After all, these energies do have attributes. For example, after Doctor Strange practiced the Dark Book and became the Dark Doctor Strange, he could really do anything. It might not be his original intention, but he was increasingly immersed in the dark energy and no longer looked like himself. The same is true for Scarlet Witch Wanda. She practices chaos magic, so she went astray and even became a villain. She became darker step by step under the eyes of the audience. Of course, there were various changes, such as the death of her brother, her lover, and her 2 children, but it is hard to say that chaos magic had no effect on them. After a whole night of practice, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and felt the magic power in his body constantly rippling. This was considered a preliminary introduction. Lin Feng didn't know what level of magic power he had reached now, but after learning magic, his resistance to magic would be greatly improved. At least he would no longer be helpless in the face of magic. He began to learn to cast the dimensional portal. With his gestures, some golden sparks appeared in the air, as if it was the effect of iron flowers. Lin Feng didn't have a hanging ring, but he didn't seem to need a hanging ring now, and he could still feel it. However, without the assistance of the hanging ring, Lin Feng felt that his casting speed was much lower. It might make sense for ordinary mages to use the hanging ring, but the truly powerful mages might not need the hanging ring. Moreover, Lin Feng's current fighting method mainly relies on his own terrifying body and national martial arts. It would be good if magic can play a supporting role, and as he becomes more and more proficient in the future, these weaknesses can be overcome. After trying several times, Lin Feng finally succeeded and opened a portal in front of him. On the other side of the door, it was not somewhere else, but his office. Then he turned off the teleportation array. Although this way he could quickly get to the company, it would still scare people. Of course, whether it was scary or not was not the key point. The key point was that, if he used the teleportation gate every day, his sports car would not be bought in vain. If you don't return to your hometown when you are rich and powerful, wouldn't it be like walking at night in brocade clothes? It doesn't matter if he spends more time on the road. Anyway, he is not a hard-working office worker who needs to catch the subway or bus every day. Doghead, after washing up a bit, he ate some bread casually. It was all very unpalatable anyway, so Lin Feng didn't care. Lin Feng almost vomited after eating the white people's food. From time to time, he had to run back to Chinatown to find an authentic Chinese restaurant to eat, not the American Chinese restaurant. When he went downstairs, in the community, he saw an acquaintance who shocked him a little, Captain America Steve Rogers. Lin Feng didn't expect that he and Steve Rogers would meet under such circumstances. Hi, hello, I'm the new neighbor, Steve Rogers. Maybe, you know me. Captain America Rogers stepped forward and said hello. Of course, Captain America, I think there should be no one in the world who doesn't know me, Lin Feng, Chinese. Lin Feng quickly suppressed his surprise and said hello generously. In fact, if it was him half a year ago, he would probably not welcome Captain America, because these superheroes are more troublesome than each other, just like in the world of science, where that elementary school student died. Superheroes also have similar attributes. They are of course the protagonists, and nothing will happen to them easily, but the people around them may be in big trouble. Here, we focus on a certain Spider-Man who cannot be named. Even now, Lin Feng will try his best to separate himself from the identity of the Homelander. Those things were done by the Homelander. What does it have to do with me, Lin Feng? But now he doesn't care. What kind of trouble can Captain America Rogers cause? Don't let the trouble he causes be more dangerous. Look at his opponent. It's nothing more than Hydra. If it's just Hydra, Lin Feng is really not afraid of it head on, but he is afraid that they will involve the parents of this body. He has replaced him. It's useless if he can't even protect the basic safety of his parents. Hello, Lin. Captain America Rogers said. He looked at Lin Feng in front of him and knew that this was the owner of the diary and the real body of the Homelander who is now famous in the world. Captain America was also notified to move last night. To be precise, it was to get closer to Lin Feng. At first, Captain America Rogers thought that Nick Fury was going to let him keep an eye on Lin Feng and stop him from doing evil. Later, Nick Fury showed him Lin Feng's battle video, which made him understand that he had thought too much. With Lin Feng's strength, if they really fought, he could probably kill him with one punch. He couldn't believe it. Is this a normal person? Is this a fucking human? But he had to believe it, because the current situation is an era full of monsters. And the one in front of him is a monster. Then Nick Fury told him his purpose, and let him become friends with Lin Feng. Lin Feng had a lot of praise for him in his diary, and it was obvious that he admired Captain America Rogers. In this case, it was very important to have a good relationship with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's own fighting power was already a great temptation, and coupled with his diary, it was even more priceless. If Captain America Rogers could influence Lin Feng a little, he would know more about the future, which would be beneficial. So actually Captain America Rogers came with a mission, and he didn't refuse, because he wasn't a rookie who would refuse such a thing, and the environment here was much better than the place he rented before. The gap between ordinary communities and high-end communities and luxury communities in the United States is simply a world of difference. But seeing the captain move here, it seems that the pension from the Ministry of Defense and the salary that has been in arrears for many years have come? Lin Feng asked. That's not yet. Captain America Rogers said. He is not a deserter, and he hasn't retired for so many years, so logically he should have a high annuity, as well as the pension that was originally thought to be issued for his death in the war. But now that he is still alive, the pension is naturally gone, but all kinds of bonuses and wages added up. 70 years is a considerable amount. Although the US government often deducts, it is another matter when it comes to Captain America Rogers. Now the four words Captain America have become the focus of countless people's attention. If they do something in this regard, the entire US government will become a laughingstock, not to mention the countless fans of Captain America, who will tear them apart. No one can offend such a large group of Captain America fans. After all, this is a society with an electoral system. Lin Feng thought it was arranged by the Ministry of Defense, or by the Shield, but he didn't know which unit Captain America was affiliated with now. Then he asked, I wonder if you have ever considered taking back your copyright fees? Those companies have made a lot of money using your image in copyright in the past 70 years, but you didn't agree with them, right? I haven't thought about it yet. Captain America Rogers shook his head. He was not in such a hurry at the time. Besides, he didn't expect that after his death, the US government would use the deification movement to deify him. When he woke up, He found countless animations, comics, novels, games, TV series, and movies about himself, spanning 70 years. You can definitely consider it. If necessary, I have a company with a large team of lawyers who can help you sue all these damn copyright companies. This is an infringement of the right of portrait, Lin Feng said righteously. Others probably couldn't imagine that he had just made 4 billion using these copyright companies, and now he was going to sue these copyright companies and entertainment companies. The capitalists are very good at saying one thing in front of you and another behind your back. Captain America Rogers was a little hesitant. He didn't have such a strong desire for material things. To be honest, just the salary and pension were enough for him to have food and clothing. Besides, in this world 70 years later, even if he wanted to spend, he didn't know how to spend. Captain, when the time comes, you can set up a foundation with this money to help the poor, or the disadvantaged groups, or veterans. In short, let those damn rich guys spit out some money to give back to society. How many people do you think you can help? Lin Feng advised with a righteous face. Captain America Rogers was a little speechless. Aren't you one of those rich guys? Why do I feel that this paragraph expresses a sense of class hatred? This is a bit wrong. But what Lin Feng said also makes sense. Captain America Rogers nodded. After all, although he is a saint, he also grew up in a capitalist environment. It is natural for him to take back the benefits he deserves. If that's the case, it's not impossible. Captain America Rogers said. Okay, leave a contact number, and I'll let the lawyer contact you later. Lin Feng said, and saw Captain America Rogers took out a small phone book. He was stunned. Well, such an ancient method of recording contact information has really not been seen for a long time. Please support and subscribe. Chapter 106. Who would write a diary during the day? Oh, I'm not serious either. Update 1. After leaving behind Captain America Rogers' ancient contact information, Lin Feng drove to the garage and called Sharon Carter over. Boss, Sharon Carter said. Go and help me find this father and son. Lin Feng listed 2 names, which were 2 Russian names. Anton Vanko and Ivan Vanko. Who are these 2 people? Sharon Carter was a little dumbfounded. She didn't know who these 2 people were and why it was worth it for her boss, who was worth billions, to find them specifically. But now she is the general manager of Lin Feng's company, so naturally she has to complete the various tasks ordered by Lin Feng. That's right, it's the father and son. You arrange people to go to Russia, whether you use official means or private local connections. Find them as soon as possible. Among these 2, Anton Vanko is the father and Ivan Vanko is the son. Lin Feng said directly. What Lin Feng is looking for is, of course, the Whipso father and son. These 2 are high quality talents. The fact that Anton Vanko was able to sign the design drawings of the arc reactor with Howard Stark at the time is enough to explain quite a lot of problems. And Ivan Vanko later rubbed an arc reactor by hand, made a whip rope, and later developed his own steel armor. He can engage in clean new energy and programming. He can be said to be an all-round talent. It is almost a simplified version of Tony Stark. Although the work looks stupid, big, and black, considering that the Americans always like to blacken the old Russians, it is normal to have such performance. And this is a real world. In terms of intelligence, Ivan Vanko may not be much worse than Tony Stark. Of course, it doesn't matter whether it is really worse than Tony Stark. The key is that Ivan Vanko's existence can provide Lin Feng with a lot of money. As long as he can rub an arc reactor by hand, he doesn't even need to hug Tony Stark's thigh. He is the biggest thigh. This is the hottest project in the world so far, clean energy. Tony Stark is the only one who dominates now, but if there is another choice, even if it is a little worse, it will not be bad. Because, whether it is foreign countries or the US government itself, neither wants to see Tony Stark dominate. However, if he is asked to find it himself, it may take a long time. But who made him have to shield agents in his company? Since it is not easy to find his connections, let shield help him find it. A qualified capitalist should use all available resources. Tell me after you find it within a week. Lin Feng said. According to the time now, Anton Vanko may still be alive and not dead, and Ivan Vanko has not caused trouble for Tony Stark. In this case, Lin Feng will intercept Ivan Vanko before he makes trouble. It is too aggrieved that such a talent died like that in the end. It is a waste of talent. I know. Sharon Carter saw Lin Feng so decisively. According to his understanding of Lin Feng, he knew that he might have made up his mind. He immediately took the order and left the office. Then he immediately changed his phone and called Nick Fury. Director, now Lin Feng wants me to find a Russian father and son, Anton Vanko and Ivan Vanko. Can the bureau help me find them? Sharon Carter said. Hearing this, Nick Fury on the other end of the phone was a little silent. Obviously, this matter was completely beyond his expectations. Lin Feng actually wanted to find Anton Vanko? He didn't know who Ivan Vanko was, but it sounded like he was Anton Vanko's son. But he knew Anton Vanko very well. He was a super genius who could almost reach Howard Stark. Later, because of a series of open and secret struggles and power changes, he was kicked out. Although on the surface, it seemed that he wanted to use this thing to exchange for money, but that was just an open statement. In fact, that was impossible, because this thing didn't even have a semi-finished product. Even the design drawings could only be regarded as semi-finished products. They were sealed. Restricted by the technology of the times, it was impossible to manufacture it. Finally, Tony Stark completed the second half of the design drawings and manufactured the physical object. So at that time, Anton Vank wanted to exchange it for money, which was untenable. However, thinking that Lin Feng knew the future of their world, he might really know something, but he immediately reacted and said, I will ask the people in the bureau to investigate immediately. I will send you the results of the investigation. As for what Lin Feng wants these two fathers and sons to do, you should keep a close eye on them and report back when you have any news. Understood. Sharon Carter breathed a sigh of relief and immediately went down to continue arranging things. After instructing Sharon Carter, Lin Feng dealt with the affairs to be handled today. As a hands-off boss, he didn't have too many things to deal with. Lin Feng, who had nothing to do, directly opened a time and space portal, took out the diary from his home, and then began to write in his diary in his office. Who writes a diary for a serious person? Who writes a diary during the day? Oh, it turned out to be me. That's fine. I'm not a serious person anyway. Lin Feng smiled, thinking that after Anton Vank was recruited, a lot of money would be deposited into his account, and he was very happy. I ran into Captain America early this morning. It can be seen that he has just woken up in this era and has not yet gotten used to such an era. But I didn't expect that one day I would become Captain America's neighbor. However, as a neighbor of these superheroes, who knows if I will be implicated in the future? Captain America has many enemies. What if they blow up the whole building in order to get rid of Captain America? What else can I do? If they dare to do this, I will put Alexander in the wall as a hanging painting. In Lin Feng's cognition, Captain America Rogers' opponents are mainly Hydra. It just so happens that he knows the identities of the leaders of Hydra, especially Alexander Pierce, the previous director of SHIELD, who is actually one of the leaders of Hydra. There is no threat, but there is trouble. The fact that Lin Feng wrote a diary early in the morning also alarmed the holders of the diary, especially Tony Stark, who was awakened from his sleep by Jarvis in his pajamas and looked completely sleepy. What's wrong with Lin Feng? It's okay to record a diary last night, but why is he writing a diary so early in the morning? Who would write a diary in the daytime? Tony Stark, who was forced to get up early, was full of resentment. As a super capitalist, he was different from other diligent first-generation founders. He was basically a second-generation style and had to sleep until he woke up naturally every day, especially when there were often double or multi-person sports at night. If he was asked to get up early in the morning, his resentment would be so great that he could feed 10 evil sword immortals. Although there was no double sports yesterday, he was frightened by the tragic situation of the Battle of New York in Lin Feng's diary. He spent the whole night thinking about how to strengthen the armor and how to design an armor that can adapt to the battlefield environment. He also needed to increase the endurance, enhance the vitality, and develop an armor that can fight in space. At least it should be able to produce oxygen by itself. How difficult it is. It was not long since he fell asleep, and now he was called up. You can imagine how resentful Tony Stark was at this moment. Nick Fury had just ordered his subordinates to check Anton Vanko and Ivan Vanko, and he immediately sensed that the diary was updating. Although he was a little surprised while Lin Feng updated the diary so early in the morning, he immediately called everyone online. At this time, Gwen, who was still in college, also sensed that the diary in her backpack was updating, but she did not take it out immediately. Anyway, it was nothing for her to read it later, so she continued to listen to the class seriously. She still had the basic qualities of a top student. At the same time, in the palace of Asgard, Thor, who had just been trained by his old father, was sweating all over. He didn't care about resting and started reading his diary. Who writes a diary so early in the morning? Thor was also a little speechless, but it was a good time to take a break. Because he knew what would happen in the future, and knew that Asgard would usher in the twilight of the gods, and might even suffer heavy losses, he practiced harder. This time, his old father was not like before, letting him muddle along. Or rather, he could not muddle along before, but he did not squeeze his potential to death. But now it was different. He squeezed his potential to death. All kinds of natural treasures were piled on him without any cost, in order to improve his strength in the shortest possible time. Anyway, if the final Ragnarok of Asgard broke out, he would even have to fall to a small fishing village on Earth to be crowned. Then all these would be wasted. It would be better to use them now. When he saw the Captain America mentioned in the diary, he frowned slightly. Could it be that today's diary had nothing to do with him? It was hard to say what Lin Feng's diary was like every day. No one knew. It depended on what he wanted to record. For Thor, of course, he still wanted to see content related to himself, his father, Asgard, his mother, and even his younger brother Loki. Know about things related to the future. But he continued to read on. According to his father, these people, including the two who were among the three great Avengers with him, might be very important figures in this universe. The universe where Lin Feng was located might be a high-dimensional existence that could observe their universe. There were billions of creatures in the universe, and those who could be paid special attention by them might have something very special. It's just that they don't know it yet. A new day begins. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 107. Frog Thor and Crocodile Loki, a perfect pair of dragon and phoenix. Second update. In Lin Feng's diary, he would occasionally call these people the protagonists. As the name implies, if this world is a huge stage, those who can be noticed by Lin Feng, no, to be precise, those who can be noticed by the civilization behind him, are the so-called protagonists. This is just like their Asgard. Sometimes they will pay attention to the deeds of some warriors among humans, and some will even be compiled into stage plays to tour in Asgard. After their death, their souls will also be led to the Hall of Valor in Asgard. Of course, the premise is that they have a relationship with Asgard, or believe in a god of Asgard. Each pantheon generally has some of its own means and methods to achieve the same effect. In Odin's eyes, the universe behind Lin Feng may be similar. The only difference is that Lin Feng, for some unknown reason, suddenly became a person in the center of the stage from an audience outside the venue. Therefore, it is not without value to observe these so-called protagonists. They can be noticed by another high-level universe, and there must be a reason for him. So Thor, the god of thunder, immediately watched patiently. Everyone from S.H.I.E.L.D. came online, and Captain America Rogers also came online. After seeing the contents of the diary, he frowned slightly, thinking that he would be implicated. This is also a question he has only thought of recently. In Lin Feng's diary, it is not that he has not mentioned it. Lin Feng used to be very resistant to any contact with these superheroes. After all, although he does not cause trouble, he is also afraid of trouble. It was only after his strength increased that he gradually changed his mentality. Will someone blow up the whole building to get rid of me? Captain America Rogers said, a little shocked. In his era, although the United States was very chaotic, all kinds of gang wars, and even the reputation of the so-called Chicago typewriter, all came out at that time. But there were very few riots that could reach the scale of blowing up the whole building. So after 70 years, not only has the technology been upgraded, but also the degree of violence has been upgraded. Are the people he has to deal with so arrogant now? What's the matter? There are people who want to blow up my whole house to deal with me. Tony Stark stretched, yawned, and then said, I think it's a good idea to ban guns now. Although Tony Stark knew that this matter would involve countless interest groups and it would not succeed, on the surface, they were all for freedom, but in fact, they were all business. But Lin Feng said to put the pressure on the wall as a painting. How to do this? You must have a strong control over power. Tony Stark said, Sir, there is a saying in the Chinese martial arts he practices, which is to hit people like hanging paintings. Lin Feng's ridicule probably means this. Jarvis' voice came and said. Nick Fury looked at the Alexander mentioned in it. It was obvious that the future Captain America might face some people. These people were extremely vicious and terrible, and the leader among them might be this Alexander. But there are many people named Alexander in the West, just like Zhang Wenyi in the East. The names of Westerners are just the same, and there is no direction at all. He couldn't think of any leader of the evil organization he knew who was named Alexander. It is said that Captain America is a master of combat, proficient in all kinds of fighting techniques, and is very good at all kinds of cold and hot weapons. If I can fight Captain America one day to test his skills, that would be great. And I don't know about other things, but I know that he is a master of weapons. After all, he can't lift the hammer on the surface, but he has practiced his combos behind the scenes. Doghead, it's so funny, but Thor's hammer was said to be magical at the beginning, but later it seemed that anyone could lift it. How many people have lifted it before and after? Odin, Hela, Captain America, Black Widow, there are too many people. I can list a list. Even Thor's girlfriend, Jane Foster, can do it. After she got cancer, she relied on Thor's hammer to support her, but she still couldn't escape death in the end. There is also Deadpool, and Old Man Magneto, and a frog. Ha 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 ha. No way, no way, there can't be anyone who can't lift Thor's hammer until now. Doghead, otherwise, how can we say that Thor and Loki are brothers? A frog Thor and a crocodile Loki, both of them are equally outrageous. It is really not easy for a small Asgard to gather these two talents at the same time. When he saw what Lin Feng said in his diary, that he wanted to compete with him, Captain America Rogers immediately shook his head and said, forget it, it's a bit too outrageous. He has seen how Lin Feng fights, and if they really fight, he might not be able to take even one punch. He is just the peak among humans, but this Lin Feng is not even a human. Although he is indeed proficient in various fighting techniques, various cold weapons and hot weapons, the problem is that in the face of absolute strength, it is completely useless. Lin Feng is not only extremely powerful and extremely fast, but more importantly, he also has a terrible body. He is invulnerable to swords and guns. The hot weapons he is good at cannot pose a threat to Lin Feng who is unarmed. He had also read the evaluation of Lin Feng's strength by S.H.I.E.L.D. It can be said that he was basically able to kill an army division by himself. It was very difficult to kill him at present. Even if heavy weapons were used, it would be difficult to have a complete chance of winning. Such a monster actually said that he wanted to fight with him. That was really a bit too much of an opinion of himself. However, he was a little confused. What did it mean that he could not lift the hammer on the surface, but he had practiced the combos behind the scenes? Then he saw Thor's hammer. So many people could lift Thor's hammer? He had read S.H.I.E.L.D.'s evaluation of Thor's incident before. After all, this was another person who had a diary. The evaluation result was that Thor's hammer was extremely powerful, and Thor himself was strong enough to match Lin Feng. Thor's power came from Thor's hammer. Whoever could lift Thor's hammer could have the power of Thor. In other words, all these people could lift Thor's hammer, including himself. So, it was possible for me to have the power of Thor? He suddenly felt incredible. It was actually possible? He never thought that he would have the power of Thor one day. Anyone can lift Thor's hammer? In the palace of Asgard, Thor couldn't accept what he saw. What did it mean? Isn't his Thor's hammer unique? Well, he knew before that his father and his sister Hela were the previous owners of Thor's hammer. To be precise, the first owner was the god Odin, and then it was passed to the goddess of death Hela. Later, after Hela was sealed by Odin, Thor's hammer fell into his hands. So his father could easily seal the power of Thor's hammer. If that was all, he would accept it. But the problem was, who are these people besides their family of 3? He knew Captain America and Black Widow. Weren't they his comrades in the Avengers? But who were the rest of this little jerk, Magneto? What he couldn't accept the most was that his girlfriend, Jane Foster, was among them. This is his new girlfriend from Earth, but he has no way to return to Earth now because the Rainbow Bridge was damaged in the battle with Loki. So if he wants to return to the region, he has to wait for the Rainbow Bridge to be repaired, which takes time to wait. He also feels sorry for his girlfriend, Jane Foster, and his girlfriend actually got cancer, which is really bad news. This is almost unprecedented for their EC. As gods, they have a very long lifespan. Apart from that, they don't have any illnesses, and they can basically live without disasters and diseases until they die of old age. Even this is only limited to their EC. Other gods can even achieve immortality, such as the gods of the Greek pantheon next door, and the gods of the Eastern pantheon next door, which can achieve immortality. Although their EC can't do it, their lifespan is much longer than that of ordinary people, and they don't have any disease problems. What's even more unacceptable is that there is actually a frog Thor, in another parallel universe. He, the great Thor, is actually a frog. How could he accept this? However, when he saw that there was also a crocodile named Loki, he felt much better. He was really worried about his brother's hard life, and he was also worried about his brother driving a Land Rover. Although the frog Thor was a bit outrageous, as long as there were good brothers to take the blame, nothing was a big deal. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but grin. But then he looked at his father with a suspicious look. If, in other timelines, he was a frog and Loki was a crocodile, then in that timeline, in that parallel universe, what kind of person would his father be to give birth to these two earth-shaking crouching dragon and phoenix child? He always felt that the word crouching dragon and phoenix child sounded weird when it came out of Lin Feng's mouth, but he clearly remembered that when he was learning Chinese before, he was told that crouching dragon and phoenix child were both good words. Why did it sound weird now, as if it was not a good word? Seeing the look from Thor, god of thunder, Odin knew what his son was thinking. He directly used his scepter to knock a big bump on his son's head, and then said, "I will never give birth to a pair of idiots like you two. Please subscribe and give me your monthly vote." Chapter 108. Unable to lift Thor's hammer on the surface. 3 more. Please subscribe. While Odin was teaching his eldest son a lesson, he was also very speechless. He also wanted to ask, what kind of hero is he in another timeline, who can actually give birth to a frog and a crocodile? Is this something a normal person can have? What kind of creature did he give birth to such an outrageous thing? It's really speechless. Father, is there any way for us in Asgard to deal with cancer? Thor said. I don't want my girlfriend who just made a date to die like this. Odin looked at Thor's face and sighed. The pig he raised at home was finally big enough to eat cabbage. But the problem is that there is something wrong with this cabbage. Thor, it's just cancer for an earthling. It's still easy to deal with. Do you know why we, the EC, don't have such a problem? Because we have divine power, and divine power can solve most of the problems in the world, including diseases, said the god Odin. So it's just cancer, which can be dealt with. It's just a terminal illness for earthlings, but I want to remind you that earthlings are short-lived, while we are immortal. Even if we are not like the gods of other pantheons, we can at least live for tens of thousands of years, but she can't live that long. Even her youth is only a dozen years. Are you sure? Odin pointed out the key point, that is, humans and the Aesir of Asgard only look like each other, but in fact they are two completely different races, and the life levels of both sides are not at the same level. If this feeling is placed on humans, you may fall in love with someone in the first half of the year, and she will die of old age in the second half of the year. Who can bear this? At that time, you will only bear endless longing in the long days. This kind of love will be difficult. I'm sure. I just like her now, so I want to be with her. Thor thought about it seriously, and then said firmly, well, he didn't know that he would be beaten into a big fight and broken up. At least he was still very determined now. Seeing his son's insistence, God King Odin had nothing to say. At most, he would try every possible way to help his girlfriend extend her life. Asgard was not without such things. In fact, he had used them. But his problem was not, because his lifespan had come to an end. His wife, Queen Frigga, knew this. He simply couldn't suppress the injuries in his body. The loss of life was greater than the recovery. Unexpectedly, at this age, he still had to worry about his son's lifelong affairs. It was really a lifelong worry. But father, how many people have you authorized to use Thor's hammer? How could there be so many? Thor looked at his father with a gloomy look. His Thor's hammer was also one of his sources of glory. It had always been a power he was proud of. Now, he was ridiculed by Lin Feng in the diary. Anyone could lift Thor's hammer. That wouldn't be possible. There wouldn't be anyone who couldn't lift Thor's hammer. That would be a murderous statement. I asked the dwarves to forge this Thor's hammer. There are only 3 owners in total. I'm the first, Hela is the second, and you are the third. As for why so many people can lift it, it may be related to the spell I set. Those who are qualified to lift Thor's hammer can obtain the power of Thor. Odin was also a little uncertain. Although he wanted to say that there would be no problem with the conditions he set, he did not dare to guarantee it, because Lin Feng had written it in his diary. According to countless experiences, it is very likely to be true. Now he is also very troubled. A dying person actually has to worry about so many things. But before he could think about it, a video appeared in the diary. Clicking on the video, the beginning of the picture is a very lively party. A group of famous superheroes gathered together at this time. Captain America Rogers and Falcon Sam are playing billiards, talking while playing, and they are very happy. For Captain America Rogers at this age, this may be one of the few entertainment projects that has not changed much compared to many years ago. Then Tony Stark also saw an acquaintance, that is, his good friend, James Rhodes, but when he heard him call himself War Machine, Tony Stark also felt that it seemed okay. The so-called War Machine should be what both parties mentioned in the video yesterday. That should be that he also relied on the armor to become a superhero. Then came the childish competition between Tony Stark and Thor, 2 giants of the Avengers, 4 girlfriends. But soon, something even more surprising appeared. In the picture, Black Widow Natasha was actually chatting with Bruce Banner, and everyone could see that there was something ambiguous between the two. Even Captain America Rogers, who was so old-fashioned, could see that there must be some relationship between the two, and even encouraged Bruce Banner to pursue Black Widow Natasha. Hawkeye Barton glanced at Black Widow Natasha and didn't expect her to be emotional here. No, whether she was emotional or not. In fact, only Black Widow herself knew, and even Hawkeye Barton couldn't see through it, because Black Widow Natasha's acting skills were first class, and she had to play some roles from time to time, so he didn't dare to be sure of Black Widow Natasha's true thoughts. As for this, Black Widow Natasha just smiled slightly, because she didn't know how her future with Bruce Banner would develop. I thought so. It turns out that you like Bruce Banner, a gentle and elegant person. Hawkeye Barton said jokingly. As the famous Golden Boy and Jade Girl in SHIELD, the two of them have been through life and death many times. As for their feelings, they have long surpassed the ordinary comradeship. It is normal to have something. It is not right to say that he had no idea at the beginning, but Black Widow never had such ideas at the time, so slowly the friendship has become pure. Now he is a person with a family and children, so he is naturally happy for Black Widow. Although they are agents, agents are also normal human beings. He knows that Black Widow has a great fear of love and marriage because of her experience in the Red Room. It is naturally a good thing to be able to come out now. At this time, Captain America Rogers, who had been silent, also spoke up and said, some things should be fought for, otherwise, when you lose them, you will never have another chance. Cherish the person in front of you. Captain America Rogers was talking about himself and Peggy Carter. He would never have the chance to dance that dance in his lifetime, which would be his eternal regret. I think you are too gossipy. Seeing that everyone wanted to gossip about herself and Bruce Banner, Black Widow Natasha was angry and amused, and then said, I don't even know Bruce Banner now, what do you want me to do? At this time, in the video, everyone was chatting happily, especially Thor, who said, no, I'm not lying to you. Anyone who is qualified can pick up Thor's hammer and have the power of Thor. Hawkeye Barton said in an exaggerated imitation, but he didn't really believe it. No matter what you say, it's a lie. Thor said confidently, you might as well give it a try. He had seen this kind of thing many times in Asgard. He didn't know how many people didn't believe that Thor's hammer was so difficult to lift, and they all wanted to try. As a result, except for him, no one could lift it, because this was his unique artifact. Really? Then give it a try. Everyone was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then they all became excited, and they all looked eager to try it. Obviously, everyone was still very interested in this legendary Thor's hammer Mjolnir. Even if it was just a joke now, they still wanted to try it. Barton, you have an injury this week. If you can't lift it, we don't blame you. Tony Stark stepped forward and joked with Hawkeye Barton. Everyone laughed and joked. Then Hawkeye Barton tried it, but Thor's hammer didn't move at all. He couldn't help but show an awkward smile on his face. I really don't know how you did it. Ha 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 ha, doesn't it sound like a silent judgment? Tony Stark said teasingly. Hawkeye Barton was teased like this, and immediately said in return, then Stark, you tried too. Tony Stark stepped forward directly, and then said with 100% confidence, I'm never afraid of a real challenge. This is a physical effect. As long as I can lift it, I can rule Asgard? Tony Stark tried to ask, of course, he was just joking, and he couldn't really go to rule Asgard. Obviously, he didn't know that this Thor's hammer was not just the law of physics at work, but his magic law was really at work, which was the culmination of Asgard's magic civilization. Of course. Thor said directly. This was something he knew, since he took over Mjolnir. Whoever could lift it would have the power of Thor, which was the source of the power of his Thor's hammer, but so far no one could lift it. Then I will reenact the rite of First Night Law. Tony Stark said coquettishly, and tried to lift the hammer from the table, but Thor's hammer didn't move at all, and there was no sign of him picking it up. He even took out a part of the hand armor of the Mark armor to assist, and it can be said that he used all his strength, but Thor's hammer still didn't move. Another failure, eliminated. Today's basic update is completed, and the monthly ticket will be completed during the day. Please support. The new book will rush to the monthly ticket list, and support is urgently needed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Thor, What? I Became a Fat Otaku? 4th update, 200 votes, and one more update. Even the scene changed, and even War Machine Rhodes joined in, but Thor's hammer was still the same, not moved at all, and he also failed. Bruce Banner was next. He also tried to lift Thor's hammer, but failed. Everyone failed. The only one left was Captain America Rogers, who was almost everyone's last hope. Captain America Rogers tried to lift Thor's hammer, and what made Thor's face change slightly was that he saw Thor's hammer move a little, and he almost thought that his Thor's hammer was really going to be lifted up. But Captain America Rogers immediately announced that he couldn't lift it, which made him feel relieved. But that was just what Thor in the picture thought, and the people outside the picture, combined with the content in Lin Feng's previous diary, naturally saw it clearly. Not that it was not lifted up, but it was lifted up. But Captain America Rogers didn't continue to exert force. Thor in Asgard's face suddenly changed, because he knew very well that the property of Thor's hammer was that it could be lifted, if it could be lifted, and it could not be lifted, if it could not be lifted. This was the effect of the law of magic, not the law of physics, so there was no such thing as being able to lift it with enough strength. So in other words, Captain America Rogers could really lift it, but he just didn't continue to lift it. Why else could it be? Obviously, he was taking care of his own face. Then, weren't those things that Lin Feng said before about being able to lift Thor's hammer all true? Then could his Thor's hammer still be safe? Isn't this a complete mess? Your future comrade in arms, I'm saving your face. Odin said. He is just an ordinary person. He cannot have divine power, nor does he have the authority to pick up Thor's hammer. The fact that he can pick up Thor's hammer only means that he is in line with the content of my spell. He is a righteous, upright, and kind person. When the god King Odin saw this, he probably understood where the problem was. There are only two ways to pick up Thor's hammer. The first is to have Odin's bloodline, which is determined by bloodline. So Hela and Thor can lift Thor's hammer, which is actually the way they took. Or the holder of Thor's hammer opens the authority, so it is possible for others to pick it up. It has nothing to do with strength, it is purely a magic effect. In addition, the spell he cast before to test Thor, all qualified people can lift it. That is, he hopes that Thor can become the kind of person people who meet such qualities can lift it. And this mortal should have such a character. He knew that the standard he set was very high, and there should not be many people who could reach it. This made him look at him with new eyes. If it was before, he might have tried every means to include the other party in his Hall of Valor and serve as guard, but now, he no longer has the energy. But Thor really felt that there was a green oil on his head. Although it was not right to describe it this way, this feeling was no different from being NTR. I thought that Thor's hammer belonged to me, but now it's good. His sister, the ex-husband, has appeared. Now there is another person who can lift Thor's hammer. This makes me look stupid, as if there is a green oil on my head. At this time, everyone in SHIELD also looked at Captain America Rogers. Even Tony Stark was no exception. They all looked at Captain America Rogers. It seemed that they never thought that Captain America could actually lift Thor's hammer. This was completely different from what they knew before. You can actually lift it. Then can't you have the power of Thor? Hawkeye Barton said exaggeratedly. Are you actually Odin's illegitimate son? Barton, this joke is not funny at all. I don't know what's going on now, but whether you can lift it or not is not important at all. Captain America Rogers did not think this was an honor. Because of what Lin Feng wrote in his diary. What does it mean? That he can't lift it on the surface, but he has practiced the combo behind the scenes? Doesn't this highlight that he seems to be a despicable villain who says one thing and does another? He can't admit this. Tony Stark in the video said unwillingly, there is something fishy about this. There is definitely something fishy. Is it true that, as long as you have Thor's fingerprint, you can have the ability to lift Thor's hammer? He still knows too little about the magic side. To him, isn't this nonsense? Ha 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 ha, this is a very interesting explanation. Thor said very confidently. In fact, I have a simpler explanation. You are all not qualified. Thor said very proudly, which immediately caused a round of boos from the crowd. But the scene has not ended yet, it is still going on, but the screen is dark, and when it lights up again, a huge ruin appears. This ruin seems to have just experienced a world war, with broken walls everywhere, extremely desolate. Among them, Tony Stark, wearing armor, was the first to wake up. He kicked Captain America Rogers, who was sleeping beside him, and said, "Brother, wake up." At this time, Tony Stark outside the screen was staring at everything in the picture. He was too old, as if he would look like decades later. Now he is still in his prime. Jarvis, make a model, deduce the changes in my appearance, and then compare it. How many years will it take for me to become like this in the video? Tony Stark said. Soon, Jarvis had the result and said, according to the results of big data deduction, you will reach the level of aging in the video in about 15 to 20 years. 15 to 20 years. Tony Stark was a little stunned. If he calculated according to this time point, then the time in the video should be 22 years later, or even 25 years later, and at most 29 or 30 years later. But this does not match the information he knew before. According to the time when Spider-Man Peter Parker went to college, it should be around 2017 to 2018, and he was dead during that time. In other words, this video was at the latest in 2017, or even earlier in 2016. In other words, it's only been 7 or 8 years since now, and he seems to have aged 20 years. A person who ages against the normal physiological speed may even age a double or triple the speed, which can only prove that he has been very depressed and under great pressure during this period. That is to say, in the next 7 or 8 years, a lot of things may happen, including the bombing of his mansion, and even almost implicated Pepper. In addition, he didn't know how many things had to happen to make him look as old as in the video, but there was no doubt that it must be very painful. When the others heard this, they were all smart people, and they immediately understood what the possible problem was. There is no doubt that in the next few years, this playboy, who had been smooth sailing all his life and acted recklessly, will encounter great setbacks and blows. They all cast sympathetic eyes on Tony Stark. Tony Stark was in a complicated mood for a while and didn't know what to say, so he could only shrug. However, he was more focused on himself in the video at this time, looking at some of the design details of the armor he wore. Since it was his own design in the future, there must be his reasons, and the design in 7 or 8 years must be much better than it is now. He is only half a year now, and the armor has been updated for several generations. In the next 7 or 8 years, to what extent it can be iterated, I dare not imagine. If he could learn more from his own design ideas in the future, he could save a lot of time. In the video, Captain America Rogers woke up from his coma and then looked at Tony Stark and said, "Well done." Tony Stark took Captain America Rogers' vibranium shield with dust all over his body and said, "If you lose it again, I won't give it to you." After Captain America Rogers took the shield, he looked around and seemed to have not figured it out yet, with a face full of confusion. What's going on? Captain America Rogers didn't seem to react to what happened. If you play with time, time will play with you. You will understand. Tony Stark said something that sounded very philosophical, but made the people watching the video feel like Louis XVI, and they were confused for a while. After Tony Stark finished speaking, he pulled up Captain America Rogers, and the two walked outside. When the two walked outside, a fat figure was already waiting. He looked outside coldly. This person was none other than the fat version of the dead fat otaku Thor. He stared at the figure in the distance, his eyes full of murderous intent. The whole area was already in ruins, and there were no landmark buildings for people outside the screen to identify what had happened. Thor outside the screen was a little dumbfounded. What was going on? How did he become a fat otaku? He could hardly believe it, but that face was indeed him, and it was impossible to fake it. The fluctuations of divine power released through the video allowed him to confirm that it was indeed him. But the style of this fat otaku was too different from his style. He was unshaven and unkempt. Although he was a reckless man, he was from the royal family of Asgard after all, and he was proficient in basic etiquette. It was impossible for him to meet people in this image, which would only bring shame to Asgard. 200 monthly tickets are delivered today. Please subscribe and support with monthly tickets. Chapter 110 Shocked. The purple potato spirit is Thanos. 5 updates, 250 votes and an extra update. So no matter what, Thor did not give up managing his image. But what is going on here? It was as if he had been staying at home for 10,000 years, and his image was completely ignored. Even his tendon meat had completely turned into a muscular man. Even the god King Odin couldn't help but have an incredible feeling. There are no fat people in Asgard. Even if they don't exercise, there is no living space for fat people, because they are all gods. Even ordinary Asgardians, who don't have godhood, have divine power. They are basically descendants of gods, and have been protected by divine power for a long time. It is impossible for such people to gain weight. This is also the result of the evolution of their EC people over the years. Not to mention his eldest son, who is a person who can't stay idle at all. It is almost impossible to let him stay idle. Theoretically, it is impossible to become a dead fat otaku anyway. But now, he has completely become a dead fat otaku. This instantly stimulated Thor's sense of crisis. His future must not become like this. No matter what happens in the future, he must work hard to exercise, and must not let himself fall to this point. Absolutely not. But the god King Odin thought more. During this period of time, could it be that the Ragnarok of Asgard mentioned in Lin Feng's diary had already happened? Combined with what Lin Feng said in his diary, he was a star of misfortune and killed everyone. In other words, if it was really as he guessed, then his son at this stage might have lost his kingdom, his people, his father, mother, brother, sister, and all those who could be killed by him were killed by him. So he was completely decadent and became a dead fat house. This must be a very long process. During this process, he might become less active and less willing to go out, and eventually slowly became like this. As the camera turned to Thanos, Odin's eyes suddenly narrowed. He was so familiar with this person. That was Thanos. Through the video, he could feel the terrifying aura of Thanos' destruction of the world. That's right, it was the terrifying power of a father-level master. In other words, Thanos still came to Earth as he guessed at the beginning. The invasion of the Chitauri was just the vanguard of Thanos' invasion. Later, even Thanos took action. He once fought with Thanos, and the result of that time was that Thanos retreated. He did not come to the Earth again for many years. Now, he actually appeared in such a dignified manner. The result of his own can be imagined. Moreover, Lin Feng's diary also mentioned that not only did he die, but also Gu Yi died together. In Lin Feng's words, that was retirement, and no one could stop Gu Yi from retiring. Then the two biggest obstacles for Thanos to invade the Earth will also be swept away. It was not even solved by Thanos himself, but he did not have them. For Thanos, this is naturally great news. So Thanos only dared to sneak around before, but now he dared to invade openly. The road for his son in the future will be difficult. But he did not stop it, or he had no ability to stop it. For gods, especially for the king of gods, this is the price to pay. If you want to be a king, you have to endure such a boundless and lonely life. He feels very distressed, but he can't do anything about it. When he took over the throne of Asgard from his father, it was the same. He fought his way through, and led the Asgard thieves to become famous in the universe, and become the master of the 9 realms. His son also has to go through this. Only after going through enough hardships can he finally become king. The most important thing is that Odin found that in the video. Not only did Thanos show the breath of a father, but even the breath of his dead fat son was far better than now. What does this mean? This means that the 10 or 20 years of training on Earth may be more effective than the more than 1,000 years of training at home. Although this is cruel, for a king, experiencing life and death, frustration, separation, and death is the best growth. That is, Thanos. Thor felt the terrifying breath of Thanos through the video. Unlike his father, who would hold back when training him, Thanos had no intention of holding back, nor did he restrain his own momentum. He even felt a little breathless, as if the air was solidified. At this moment, he truly realized that the gap in strength between himself and the father level was really terrifying. That was the gap in the essence of life, as if a mortal faced a god in the sky. There was a huge gap in the level of life. And at this moment, in the eyes of everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D., these 3 people gathered together. Weren't they the 3 giants of the Avengers mentioned in Lin Feng's diary? What did he do? Tony Stark looked at Thanos, who was sitting in the distance playing with stones, and then said, "He didn't do anything." Thor, who woke up one step ahead, said, "Where is the gem?" Captain America Rogers in the video said, "Somewhere down here." Tony Stark was not sure, and he didn't know where the Infinity Gauntlet had gone, but in general, it should not have fallen into Thanos' hands, otherwise it would not be like this. Anyway, he hasn't succeeded yet, then he must not get it. Captain America Rogers' face was as gloomy as water, thinking of the man in front of him who slaughtered half of the life in the entire universe. He could no longer contain the anger in his heart. Compared with the Hydra he had fought before, Thanos was nothing. They were not even on the same level. Thor said coldly, "You know this is a trap, right?" "I know, but I don't care." Tony Stark's voice was equally cold. Thor's eyes began to glow blue, and he said, "As long as we work together." In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and countless thunders focused on him. At this time, the fat man Thor truly showed his terrifying power. Until now, he is the legendary Thor, not just a hammer god. At the same time, Thor's hammer and Stormbreaker appeared in his left and right hands respectively. This time, let's finish him off. Thor's calm tone was a bit furious. Thor, who was outside the screen, had to admit that his future self, even in the form of a fat man, looked completely embarrassed, but was much stronger than his current self. Just seeing that he could easily draw the power of thunder in the sky, it was not something that he could do at present. He still had to rely on the power of Thor's hammer to barely reach a similar level. But his future self could do it with the original power in his body. It was conceivable how powerful his future self would be. This difference in power was probably similar to the difference in size between him and his future self. However, this also showed that he still had huge potential that had not been developed, and he still had room to grow. Of course, this room for growth refers to his own power, not his body, and he did not want to become a fat otaku. He absolutely did not want to become a fat otaku Thor. I originally thought that you had become uncontrollably fat because the source of your power was severely damaged by the Ragnarok incident, but now it seems that it is not the case. The god King Odin looked at his fat son in the video, then at his muscular son in reality, and then said this: "No matter what you encounter in the future, don't give up, and don't give up on yourself. Your people still need you to protect them. You are not alone, you represent the entire Asgard. You must always remember that your mother and I will always love you. Don't give up." "I understand, father." Thor didn't listen carefully to what his father said, and naturally didn't hear the profound meaning in the words of the god King Odin. He just focused on himself in the video, thinking about how to improve his strength. He can become what he wants. As for the people of S.H.I.E.L.D., they also keenly noticed the words used by Thor in the video. "What do you mean this time? Is there a last time?" And it seems that the three giants of the Avengers are not unfamiliar with Thanos, at least they are not surprised. It is very likely that they have fought before. Why does this look purple? Is it the purple potato spirit mentioned in Lin Feng's diary? At this time, Hill suddenly interrupted and said. Everyone instantly felt that a new idea was opened up. Yes, this person is purple all over. Is he the purple potato spirit mentioned in Lin Feng's diary? Especially in Lin Feng's diary, it was mentioned that the purple potato spirit snapped its fingers. In Lin Feng's diary, it seems that the purple potato spirit snapping its fingers is a very terrifying thing, and it is called equality for all beings. There is another thing that Lin Feng also called it, which is nothing else, the positive nuclear bomb. In Lin Feng's diary, sometimes it is also jokingly called the equality bomb for all beings. A nuclear bomb is launched, and all beings are really equal, and they will become old acquaintances. Although this cold joke is not funny at all, if it is combined with the current situation, it may make sense. It is the purple potato spirit again, and it has terrifying strength, and it will invade the earth. After all, if it does not invade the earth, Lin Feng would not be so afraid when he mentioned it. It must be that it will affect the people on earth. If this is true, it means that the three giants of the Avengers are probably in a tough battle. The fifth update, 250 votes and more updates are sent. Please subscribe. Monthly ticket support. Chapter 111 Thanos slaughters half of all life in the universe. Sixth update, 300 votes and extra update. According to the diary rules, those who can be specifically mentioned by Lin Feng and are extremely fearful are not simple characters. Even if they are not at the level of God, they will be ridiculously strong. Without waiting for them to think more, facing the three giants of the Avengers who came aggressively, Thanos just sneered and said, "You are unwilling to accept failure, so what is the result? You still have to face me. I thought that, if half of the lives were eliminated, the other half would prosper, but you proved to me that it is impossible. As long as there are still people who care about the past, they will never accept the future. They will definitely resist." Thanos couldn't help but said with a bit of a sneer. He already knew that he had failed in this timeline, and he was actually beheaded. It can be said that he failed terribly. This also proved that his idea was wrong. He tried to keep the universe balanced and grateful, but it was obviously impossible. These people could not be grateful to him. They could only see endless killings. So why not have a new Big Bang? Yes, we are so stubborn. Tony Stark said with a sneer. Thank you. Thanos sighed and said calmly. Because now, I know what I must do. I will turn this universe into atomic dust, and then use the gems that you helped me find to create a brand new universe, where life has no resentment for loss, only gratitude for what is given. A universe that knows how to be grateful. Captain America Roger immediately interrupted Thanos' words, and then he said, that is also a universe with a lot of blood debts. Thanos didn't care, just sneered and said, but they have no way of knowing all this, because you won't live to that time. The amount of information exploded. This paragraph was just a conversation between a few people, but the amount of information revealed made everyone almost jump up. Destroy half of all living things. Half of all life, even if it's just humans. There are more than 3 billion people who will die under Thanos' massacre, not to mention other lives. Everyone was dumbfounded. Half of the life was just killed like this. So what he means is to kill half of the life in the universe, right? Hill said in shock. Compared with those well-known tyrants in history, Thanos is much more terrifying, and the most terrifying thing is that he still thinks he is doing charity, doing good deeds, and helping everyone. This is the most terrifying. And what he means is to destroy half of the life in the universe, not just on Earth. On Earth, there are as many as 7 or 8 billion humans alone, not to mention other creatures that are hundreds or thousands of times more numerous. If they are all counted, how many trillions would it be? If it rises to the entire universe, how many creatures would that be? They dare not even think about it. The calculation alone is enough to blow up their brains like a CPU. I understand now. No wonder Lin Feng is so afraid of this purple potato spirit. This is too scary. That snap of the fingers, is it so powerful? Hawkeye Barton said. Can it even destroy the entire universe and restart Genesis? It should be using some gem mentioned in it. Tony Stark paused, then said, obviously, they have already fought once, and this will not be the first time we face this purple potato spirit in the future. The first time the purple potato spirit succeeded, it should have taken away half of the life in the universe, but we did not give up. We went looking for gems, and then used these unknown gems, which seemed to be able to reverse and change everything. Thanos also knew about it, and wanted to snatch these gems, so there was this second battle. He even wanted to use these gems to kill the entire universe, and start the universe over again. Obviously, he is no longer satisfied with killing only half of the life in the universe. It is even possible that the three of us are the last 3 people in the entire Avengers Alliance, because we have fought to this time, the critical moment, but we can't see anyone else coming to help. This means that we may have no backup, and even the entire Earth may be directly slaughtered by Thanos. So what we see is ruins all over the ground. Tony Stark said, a chilling result. No wonder even a non-human like Lin Feng was so fearful. This Thanos succeeded and actually restarted the entire universe. At the very least, he slaughtered half of all the life on Earth. They couldn't even take care of the situation in the entire universe. The possible killing on Earth alone made them breathless. So, what are those gems? Nick Fury asked. Obviously, they should be of great importance. I think I know what they are, or at least I know some of their colors. Tony Stark said, and then he snapped his fingers, and a screenshot appeared in front of everyone. This screenshot was the scene in the last video, when Tony Stark snapped his fingers and died. Everyone, please look at this screenshot. Tony Stark said. Everyone looked at Tony Stark in the screenshot. Everyone, look at the armor. Although it is a little broken, the armor I wore when I died after snapping my fingers last time is obviously the same style as the armor I wore when I fought the purple potato spirit this time. According to my habit of not repeating the construction of armor, this should be the same set. Tony Stark said. The price of each armor is not cheap. The more new technologies are integrated into it, the more amazing the price. So even if you are as rich as Tony Stark, you will not choose to build more of the same armor. Instead, you build one for each generation. Maybe the technical difference between the iterations of each generation of armor is not big, but they will not be exactly the same. Everyone nodded and agreed with his judgment. So I can probably think that it should be the same battle, and the probability is more than 80%. Tony Stark said. In other words, after this battle, I will die too. When everyone heard this, they were silent. Seeing Tony Stark analyze his own death so calmly, they could only describe their mood as very complicated. Especially for Nick Fury, this was a very difficult situation for him to accept. Although his original intention of establishing the Avengers was this, I may not be able to stop you from destroying the Earth and killing humans, but I can take revenge on you and send a signal to the entire universe that we humans are not easy to provoke. This was the idea he had after encountering the Skrulls before. Because since he knew that aliens were real creatures, he was thinking about how to defend against them. There was almost no possibility. Every alien race that came to Earth must be far superior to Earthlings. So there was only one way, that is revenge. The overall strength was definitely not able to win, but the small scale was another matter. However, this was not what he really wanted. It was like that, the Earth was destroyed, and humans were finished. What was the point of revenge? He didn't know what kind of means Thanos said to destroy half of the life in the universe. Was it a rough cleanup of one planet after another, or were there other means he didn't understand? I don't know what kind of means are needed to reopen the universe. I dare not even think about it. And in this picture, these lights in my hand may be the so-called gems mentioned by Thanos. In other words, even as strong as the father level that Lin Feng said, there should be no way to reopen the universe, but with the help of these gems, it is possible. Although we still don't know what these gems are, they may be some kind of artifacts, or treasures of heaven and earth. You know, they are often seen in those fantasy novels, right? Similar settings, such as the Lord of the Rings. If you get one, you can become king or dominate, or the Philosopher's Stone. If you get one, you can live forever. Turn stone into gold. Of course, these stones look more outrageous. They can actually restart the universe. Tony Stark said, "This thing is really a bit outrageous, but we have too little information at present, and we don't know what it is. But I suddenly have an inspiration, guys." What? Black Widow Natasha asked. Before, the juggler Doctor Strange once told Spider-Man that they disappeared for 5 years, right? Tony Stark said. Could this be the case? It is known that before this battle, the Avengers and Thanos had a fight, and the result of the fight may have been very tragic. In the end, only the three of us were left, that is, the so-called three giants of the Avengers, as Lin Feng said, including you, Clint, and Banner, all gone, and maybe even Doctor Strange, and even half of the life in the universe. But later, in order to find a way to resurrect everyone, the three of us searched for 5 years, and found these stones, and then used these stones to destroy Thanos, and bring back everyone. After all, Thanos said that these stones can reopen the entire universe, so maybe, they can also resurrect everyone. Although this is just my guess, it is not impossible. After all, we don't know what the functions of these stones are, right? The price might be my death, or I might have almost died before, and finally I made a desperate attempt, which is also in line with the heroic death of a superhero like me, and then the earth returned to normal, just like a normal Hollywood blockbuster. At this time, it should be a time for family fun, such as logging and so on. Yes, it seems not bad. The 6th update is here, and there will be an extra update for 300 votes. Please support. Chapter 112. The three giants of the Avengers teamed up. Being hung up and beaten. First update, monthly votes requested. Seeing Tony Stark calmly talking about his possible death, everyone felt very complicated, and a little weird. If it were them, would they be able to face their own deaths so calmly? But there is no doubt that they think Tony Stark's analysis makes sense. Although it sounds magical, such as stones, reopening the universe, and resurrecting people, many problems have a seemingly smooth logic when connected in this way. So there is a problem. We estimated before that Peter Parker should go to college in 2017 or 2018, so we judge that the time when our army was annihilated should be at this time, but if the time of disappearance or massacre is also counted, then it will be 5 more years. For example, in the words of Doctor Strange, if he disappeared for 5 years, then this time point can be delayed for 5 years. In other words, that time point should be in 2022 or 2023. Around this time period, it seems to be good news. At least we have lived 5 more years. Black Widow Natasha said with a smile. But her smile was somewhat forced. Yes, I earned 5 more years. Tony Stark said with a smile. But Tony, Lin Feng said, you are a poisonous tongue. That's not wrong at all. You haven't even met Steven yet, but you've already given him a nickname, a circus guy? Oh, if he heard about it, he would probably be mad to death. Ha ha ha. Hawkeye Barton laughed and said. Tony Stark shrugged. Well, he didn't mean to say what was in his heart. He didn't mean to say it, and he was definitely not a poisonous tongue. In the palace of Asgard, Thor was shocked to see what Thanos said, and then he looked at his father, Odin. Father, is what he said possible? He killed half of the creatures in the universe, and he wants to restart the universe? Thor said, a little shocked. It's possible. God King Odin said. How is it possible? Even a father level god can't do it. Thor said in disbelief. It is impossible to count how many lives there are in the universe, and it is impossible to estimate how many planets there are with life. Even if the Aesir of Asgard want to destroy the planets one by one, They will basically have to work from birth to death and still not be able to finish. It is so outrageous. Even if he has been fighting in the universe for so many years, it is still not worth mentioning for the entire vast universe. So many forces in the universe can coexist, mainly because the universe is too big and no one can swallow it all. Because there is an infinite gauntlet. God King Odin said. He remembered that, when he was young, in order to conquer the entire universe, he was also ambitious to collect infinite gems everywhere. For example, he once collected the space gem, which is the cosmic cube, and the reality gem. Why didn't he continue later? One reason was that he was severely injured in the war with his eldest daughter, and then he had to suppress his eldest daughter, and it was basically impossible to conquer the entire universe. Another one is that the time gem is in the hands of the Ancient One, and he has never fought. Not to mention, there is a person like Vishanti standing behind the Ancient One. It can be basically understood as dying before achieving success. But he still has some idea about the role of the Infinity Stones after they are gathered together. Their Asgard is also very powerful. They are also the descendants of a very ancient demon god on the earth. Later, the Asgard clan evolved. In short, they also have their own background. They also have an understanding of the Infinity Stones, which are divine objects born at the beginning of the Big Bang. Otherwise, they would not have specially built the Infinity Gauntlet to collect the Infinity Stones. If it is simply based on Thanos' slaughter of planets one by one, it is unknown how long it will take. But if there are Infinity Gauntlets and Infinity Stones, it may be possible. The three operations mentioned here are all feasible, including Thanos slaughtering half of the life in the universe, and the Avengers collecting all the Infinity Stones, and resurrecting the killed people. Naturally, it also includes the reopening of the universe. Of course, this will come at a huge price, for example, the death of the mortal called Iron Man. But he didn't understand. Since the Infinity Stones were collected by Thanos first, how could they be stolen by the Avengers? This is unreasonable. However, while everyone was discussing, the three giants of the Avengers in the picture had already approached Thanos, and the three of them joined forces to completely put an end to Thanos. At this time, Thanos truly showed everyone his terrifying power as the overlord of the universe, why he could become the overlord of the universe, and why he could successfully destroy half of the life in the universe. Even facing the power of the three giants of the Avengers after the enhanced version, he was still at ease. To be fair, the strength shown by the three giants of the Avengers after more than 10 years is much stronger than it is now. For example, Tony Stark's armor has been improved and upgraded for countless versions. The combat effectiveness shown can be said to have the ability to destroy an army single-handedly. Although Thor has become a fat man, his true source of power, that is, the source of power of Thor, is truly terrifying. At this time, he fully demonstrated his appalling strength. He is several levels stronger than the first Thor. Even Captain America Roger's strength has been significantly improved. After all, when he was sealed, he had just been injected with a super soldier serum and had not been truly developed for a long time. However, after more than 10 years of polishing, Captain America Roger's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes, which can be seen with the naked eye. The three of them joined forces, and their strength was really terrifying. Everyone in SHIELD, Thor, and others all looked extremely solemn. At this time, the strength displayed by Thanos could be said to be suppressed, which was polite. Basically, he was beaten from beginning to end. Thanos' physical strength is almost at the ceiling level. With an invincible body and terrifying power, the only way to fight him is with magic. For example, Coulson, in addition to the terrifying power of her chaos magic, the most important thing is that she is on the magic side, which gives her an advantage in fighting. But at that time, Coulson could not fully exert her potential. It was not until Doctor Strange 2 that she experienced the excitement of losing her brother, her husband, and her child. Coulson finally entered the level of a father, and was even able to launch a crazy hunt in the multiverse. For the sake of her loved ones and to be able to accompany her children, she has gone completely crazy. Everyone looked at this scene and took a breath of cold air and once again made a contribution to global warming. This scene was too horrifying. After more than 10 years, the strength of the three people has reached its peak and has undergone earth-shaking changes. As a result, when they really fought, it turned out to be such a result. They were completely beaten, and it was useless for the three to join forces. They were no match at all. "Hey, Thor, give me some energy," Tony Stark said in the battle, opening the energy collector behind the armor. Thor also understood what Tony Stark was going to do. After a roar, he drew endless thunder energy from the sky and injected it into it. Finally, the iron armor burst out several powerful energy beams and swept towards Thanos. They had never heard of such an attack. However, even so, Thanos still couldn't do anything to him. Thanos kept waving the weapon in his hand to block these attacks. There was no way to pose any threat to him, and he approached Tony Stark step by step. Seeing that he was about to come to Tony Stark, Thor had no other choice but to roar and use Thor's hammer as a weapon to blast it out with the Stormbreaker and throw it at Thanos. The terrifying power of the Stormbreaker was terrifying. However, Thanos reacted very quickly and grabbed Tony Stark and used him as a shield to block the attack directly. Bang! With a loud bang, Stormbreaker was directly bounced out, and Iron Man Tony Stark was also hit and flew out. A series of collisions. The speed was so fast that it was hard to keep up with it, and people didn't even dare to breathe. A blink of an eye might miss the key attack. The battle was very tragic from the beginning. To be precise, the three giants of the Avengers were simply unable to fight against Thanos. Even the so-called confrontation was just a reluctant statement, just to flatter themselves. From beginning to end, they were beaten up. "Boss, wake up." Tony Stark's new artificial AI Friday anxiously tried to wake Tony Stark, but Tony Stark was knocked unconscious. This scene was extremely tragic. The three giants of the Avengers can be said to have used all the means they could use, but when facing Thanos, it didn't work at all. In terms of strength, Thanos is far stronger than them. In terms of physical fitness, Thanos is also much stronger than them. In terms of physical strength, Thanos is stronger. He is almost a hexagonal warrior without any weaknesses. Unless you encounter a godlike boss like Ancient One on the magic side, if it is the king of magicians in normal state, Doctor Strange and the like encounter Thanos, it is just a matter of enduring a few more times. The first update is here today. Please subscribe. Chapter 113. Secretly practice combos. Steve 50/50. Second update. Please subscribe. The father-like boss is so terrifying. Why isn't Jarvis? Tony Stark outside the screen noticed that the artificial intelligence was not Jarvis. He was a little surprised. He had used Jarvis for many years and had never considered changing to an artificial intelligence. And there was no need. After all, it was data and did not have the lifespan of a human. And as long as the computing power was strong enough, he could even divide it into tens of millions of incarnations to handle tens of millions of tasks. So the artificial intelligence at this time was Friday, not Jarvis, which was what Tony Stark was most confused about. In the picture, after Tony Stark was knocked unconscious first, Thor came next. He stepped forward with Stormbreaker and tried to fight Thanos, but it was useless. The three of them tried their best, but they couldn't beat Thanos alone, not to mention that he was alone now. He summoned the Stormbreaker and wanted to hit the young Thanos as hard as he hit the old Thanos, but it didn't work. This time, Thanos would not be as careless as last time. Thanos caught it directly, then forcibly suppressed the Stormbreaker and used the Stormbreaker to chop down Thor bit by bit. Thor tried his best to resist, but the axe blade of the Stormbreaker was still pressed down bit by bit, and he couldn't resist it at all. Just when Thor was about to be killed by Thanos, Thor's hammer suddenly seemed to be summoned by someone, and it was responding to someone's call. A moment later, everyone saw that Thor's hammer directly stopped Thanos' actions. Everyone finally saw that the person who summoned Thor's hammer was none other than Captain America Rogers. But he kept panting, holding Thor's hammer and vibranium shield, staring at Thanos. Seeing that Captain America Rogers could actually summon his own Thor's hammer, Thor himself was not angry and even had a look of surprise, saying, I knew it. But as soon as he finished speaking, Thanos stepped on his face with a foot and fainted. Thor's physique is so strong that it can be said that he is as strong as steel. He was stomped to death with one foot. The terrifying power of Thanos can be seen from this. At this time, Thor, who was outside the screen, just reacted. It turned out that what Lin Feng said in his diary was that he could not lift Thor's hammer on the surface, but he had practiced his combos in secret. In the picture, Thanos rushed towards Captain America Rogers with weapons in hand, and Captain America Rogers also showed incredible strength. He used Thor's hammer to perform a very beautiful combo by himself. He was able to suppress Thanos in an instant and even taught Thanos a lesson. At this time, everyone remembered Lin Feng's evaluation of Captain America Rogers as a fighting master, and he was proficient in various cold weapons. At this time, he saw his fighting skills. His only problem was that he was just a mortal. Even after a certain degree of transformation, he was just an ordinary person, so his skills were of no use in front of Thanos' absolute strength. But when he picked up Thor's hammer, everything was different. Just as the spell cast by the god Odin, anyone who could pick up Thor's hammer would have the power of Thor. Although it was only Thor, when he first appeared, he was much stronger than Captain America Rogers now. The power of the first generation of Thor, coupled with Captain America Rogers' ultimate fighting skills, accumulated to achieve such an amazing record. This scene really makes people excited. However, everyone looked at Captain America Rogers with a strange look, completely like, "Changwei, you still say you don't know martial arts? Oh no, it's the captain. The queen sent me here." "Ah, it's not this version either. It's Captain America. You still say you didn't practice combos secretly?" Captain America Rogers was also embarrassed. He didn't know what was going on. He didn't know how to use the combo so skillfully. But at least he knew that he was not that kind of person. He was a good person. A pure, 24K good person. But doesn't that make him look really wretched? And could that be his normal operation? After all, his fighting talent was something that even Lin Feng recognized. In the palace of Asgard, the god King Odin watched this scene with great emotion, and then said to Thor, the god of thunder, "See, learn well. You have been using Mjolnir for hundreds of years, but you are not as skilled as others, and you are several levels behind them. You have not really exerted the power of Thor's hammer to its fullest, because you were born a god, and you are also a Thor with powerful divine power, so you habitually rely on powerful strength to solve the enemy. Although with your strength, there may not be many people in the entire universe who can be your opponent, but once you encounter a being with similar strength to you, or a being with much stronger strength than you, it will be useless. Your fighting skills are too crude," Odin said with a serious face. It is true that Thor is not slack in martial arts training, but he still thinks that martial arts is good enough. Anyway, with the powerful power of Thor's hammer, he has been invincible for so many years. Because most enemies have no power to fight back against Thor's hammer. So most of the time, it is really enough. Usually, the difference is not obvious, but when compared with Captain America, it is clear that he climbed up from the weakest level. Only by constantly honing his fighting skills can he survive in the battle. After all, he is just a mortal. He will die if he is shot or stabbed in the vitals. He does not have much tolerance for error. Thor nodded. He had to admit that he was indeed far behind Captain America in this regard. He really did not meet a real opponent. He was a real god. When he was very young, there were not many people in Asgard who were stronger than him. As long as he exerted a small part of the power in his blood, he would be a master who shocked the universe. He has never met a decent opponent. That's why he dared to bring 3 or 5 people to kill the leader of the Frost Giants, Laufey, to show his power. Who knew that he thought too highly of himself and was almost wrapped up. Now, I have seen how terrifying many powerful masters are. This Thanos can even hang himself up and beat him after his strength has skyrocketed. It's like a strong man beating a 3-year-old child. It's easy to bully some weak enemies with his powerful divine power, but facing a powerful existence like Thanos, his little tricks are of no use at all. Because the limit of his power is there, it can be said that, if his strength is 100 points, he may only be able to play 80 points, or even 70 points. In contrast, Captain America Rogers, if he has 100 points of strength, he can play 120 points, or even 150 points of combat power, which is an ability that even Odin looks at with admiration. Of course, in the face of absolute strength, these fancy fighting skills are still useless. No wonder Lin Feng calls him 50 to 50. His fighting power is really incredible. Thor was much more humble at this time. He found that perhaps his father's evaluation of him and Lin Feng's evaluation of him in the diary might be correct. He is not a serious Thor, but a hammer god. Thor the Hammer God. This nickname is really a bit harsh. He is even worse than the fat otaku version of himself in the future. He has really developed his own Thor's origin. Even without Thor's hammer, he is still a genuine Thor. And if he doesn't have Thor's hammer, his fighting power will be greatly reduced. But how long has he practiced the combo? How can he be so familiar with it? He can even use Thor's hammer to release lightning. Thor whispered. The combo skills displayed by Captain America Rogers don't seem to be used randomly. I'm afraid he has been thinking about it day and night. However, everyone did not have time to think about this incident because the Thanos in the screen was completely furious after being confused by a set of combos from Captain America Rogers. The furious Thanos was even more terrifying. He directly slashed Captain America Rogers with a knife, and even the Thor's hammer in his hand was blown away, and then he slashed at Captain America Rogers ferociously. The vibranium shielding Captain America Rogers' hand, which was almost impossible to be destroyed by external forces, was like paper at this time. Cracks were cut directly, and then one knife after another chopped the vibranium shield alive. This scene made Tony Stark's eyelids jump when he saw it outside the screen, because now the vibranium shield was in his hand. To be precise, it was the unfinished product left by his father who was responsible for completing it. He had tested various data, and it was indestructible, even more than enough to withstand the frontal explosion of a missile. He could hardly think of anything else that could destroy the vibranium shield. As a result, he was chopped to pieces by Thanos. Apparently, the material of the double-headed machete in Thanos' hand is stronger than vibranium. Captain America Rogers was blown away. His whole body seemed to be torn apart. He tried to stand up little by little, trying to continue fighting. He tried his best, but now it was extremely difficult to just stand up. There were so many cracks on the bones all over his body. Fortunately, he was transformed by the super soldier serum. If he were an ordinary person, his body would have been comminuted fractured by now. The second update is here. Please give me monthly tickets and subscriptions, especially monthly tickets. I guarantee more updates. Chapter 114. Thanos is so strong, but he is only a first stage villain. 3 updates. Please subscribe. Just wanting to get up was already a very difficult thing. In all the worlds I conquered, tyranny and slaughter were never mixed with personal feelings. But now, I want to let you know how I will deal with your stubborn, annoying, ant-like planet. Thanos said in a cold tone. At this time, he was completely angered by Captain America Rogers. When he fought Tony Stark and Thor just now, he didn't take it seriously at all. He was just enjoying a battle. Then he would restart the entire universe, so he didn't have any emotions at all. But now, he was completely angered by Captain America Rogers. This little ant-like person could actually hurt him. He was really angry. I will enjoy this process, and I will have a lot of fun. As soon as he finished speaking, countless teleportation arrays flashed, and the remaining people of the Obsidian 5 appeared, followed by an endless army of other RUI people, among which there were also other alien legions. There were tens of thousands of people, endless, almost able to drown everything. What's more, it was an alien army. Facing such a terrifying situation, everyone was suffocating. In this case, does humanity still have a future? Can they really protect humanity? Facing such a terrifying alien army, Captain America Rogers climbed up with difficulty. He did not give up. After tying his shield, he looked in the direction of the alien army. There is no way back. At this point, he had no choice. He could only try his best, even if he would die. There was no other choice. The whole picture was chilling and terrifying. There was only Captain America Rogers on the left, and on the right side of the picture, there was an endless alien army under Thanos. The picture was frozen. The whole picture was filled with loneliness and despair, which made people's scalps numb. And the picture ended here. Everyone saw this scene unexpectedly. To be precise, they were not prepared to see such a tragic situation. In their original plan, they planned to watch Captain America Rogers' fun. See how he couldn't even lift Thor's hammer on the surface, but actually practiced his combos behind the scenes. Even in Lin Feng's diary, he was teasing people like this. What was the result? What did they see? They saw boundless despair. In yesterday's video, the human army was almost powerless in the face of the invasion of the Chitauri. Relying on nuclear bombs and the Chitauri's own outrageous technology tree, they barely won. In fact, it was mainly due to luck. Of course, the most important thing is that the Chitauri army did not really come to the Earth. It was only by relying on a traitor who placed a transmission device on the Earth and finally destroyed the transmission device to barely cut off the Chitauri army. Otherwise, for such a civilization, would there be only one large mothership? This is like if someone in modern times really thinks that the battle is over after destroying an American aircraft carrier battle group. That was just the beginning of the battle. And this bit of luck was achieved by relying on the Avengers' outrageously powerful combat power. In other words, that little bit of luck, that little bit of the so-called protagonist halo, was actually achieved bit by bit by the Avengers with their powerful strength. But now the three most powerful Avengers were beaten by Thanos. Although the Hulk has not appeared yet, no other Avengers have appeared since the battle, so they have to admit that the Hulk may have died in Thanos' hands. By the way, the Earth Army, could it be that it has been wiped out? Hawkeye Barton said. The gap between the two sides is too big. Hawkeye Barton's words shocked everyone. It seems that this possibility is not impossible. At least in the picture, there is no sign of any human army. No, to be precise, there is not even a human figure. What does this mean? This means that the Earth Army may have been wiped out. And to be honest, even if the Earth Army came, it would be useless. The Avengers represent the high-end combat power of the Earth, but they were beaten up and taught a lesson when fighting Thanos. How can an army composed of ordinary people fight against an alien army? The gap in civilization level is enough to crush everything. This is not something that one or two strong men can solve. This future is too hopeless. If we face such a future, can we win? Hawkeye Barton said. But didn't we win later? Otherwise, there wouldn't be that little kid Peter Parker going to college. If the universe was restarted. But there is a problem. Didn't Lin Feng mention it in his diary? That correct timeline. To be precise, that was the original correct timeline. Only on that correct timeline could we have won in the end, but we are not on the original correct timeline. Tony Stark said. If time is like a tree, then we may just be branches derived from the trunk, but these branches are not the same as the trunk, or the previous part of the derived branches may be the same, but the trend afterwards may be all kinds of strange. After all, haven't we all seen what happened in other timelines? There is even a timeline where Clint shot Thor to death with an arrow. So on that so-called correct timeline, we paid a huge price, which may also include the lives of us and others. It seems that we won in the end, but the problem is that it is only us on that timeline. But what about in reality? Do we have that fate? Timeline. Every choice will form a new timeline. What are our chances of winning? Tony Stark said a very cruel reality, that is, not all timelines can win the final victory. There are also many timelines that have deviated, and there are abandoned timelines in Lin Feng's mouth. They don't know what the so-called abandoned timelines are, but there is no doubt that it is not good news just by listening. Then aren't we dead? Hill said. No, not really. Or rather, we do have hope. Tony Stark shook his head and said, our mission now is to know as much as possible before the final battle, what we did on the so-called correct timeline, and how we finally defeated Thanos. We can refer to our approach on that timeline as much as possible. That is to say, it is not hopeless, but the hope is very small. Captain America Roger said. It seems that we have fought Thanos more than once, but the result of the first battle would not be very good, and there might be only 3 of us left. As for the second time, to be honest, I don't see any hope. Even if there is, it may depend on luck. With our original strength, we have no chance of winning. Captain America Roger's statement made everyone very depressed, but no one blamed him for being too depressed, because everyone also saw his efforts. Even at the end, when he was extremely desperate, he did not give up. Even when facing the alien army, he fought to the last moment. This scene made everyone completely recognize Captain America. This is not a saint created by gods, but a real person. Even Tony Stark, who disliked old-fashioned people like Captain America Rogers, had to look at him with new eyes. Just like last time, Captain America Rogers looked at Tony Stark with new eyes. He didn't expect that at the critical moment, Tony Stark was unexpectedly reliable and willing to sacrifice himself to protect mankind. This time, it was Tony Stark's turn to admire Captain America Rogers. That was real admiration. Those many legends about Captain America were not false. His personality could support those legends. For a while, the two began to appreciate each other from the bottom of their hearts. The key is still those stones. We want to use those stones to turn the tables. At the same time, Thanos also wants to use these stones to restart the universe. Although we don't know how to do it, there is no doubt that those stones are the key, Nick Fury said. Everyone nodded. Indeed, although they didn't know how they did it on the correct timeline, they were already very clear about the core key points. But how do we find those stones? At least we have to know what these stones are, right? What if we need to collect stones from the entire universe? Hawkeye Barton said. The key clue is still in Lin Feng. Now he is the only one who may know what to do. The most important thing is that, although I see that he is afraid of Thanos, he is not too pessimistic, which means that he may have a plan in mind. Black Widow Natasha said. Everyone thought about it. Indeed, according to Lin Feng's personality, he was not so anxious, which means that there may be a way to deal with it. But guys, we have only encountered the first stage villains mentioned by Lin Feng. I don't know how he divides the first stage of the Marvel universe, but it is obvious that there should be some famous events or time points as the dividing points. In other words, if we use Thanos' strength as a reference, Thanos' strength is enough to kill half of the life in this universe, and even restart the universe. Then what about the so-called second stage villains? Even if his strength is not much different from Thanos, how can we defeat one supervillain after another? Nick Fury looked at everyone and said, the third update has arrived. Please subscribe. Chapter 115 Can a nuclear bomb kill Thanos? Fourth update. 350 votes and extra update. When everyone heard what Nick Fury said, they felt a black screen in front of their eyes. Just the so-called big boss of the first stage, Thanos, almost oppressed them to the point of suffocation. If they didn't know that they might win, although they didn't know how, but there was still hope, they would probably have given up now. Even if these superheroes are strong-willed, facing a future with almost no chance of winning, a dark future, they will also feel a black screen in front of their eyes. They almost want to flip the table. Crazy. How can they play this? How can they fight this? How can they win this? Even if they know there is hope, they can't think of any hope to win. I don't know. Can a nuclear bomb kill Thanos? Carlson said. For example, we set up a lot of nuclear bombs in advance, and then lure him in and completely blow him up. When everyone heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up, as if it was an idea. Since the Chitauri mothership can be completely destroyed by nuclear bombs, it seems that using nuclear bombs to completely kill Thanos is also a way. After all, the price is that one place will become a nuclear contaminated area forever, and that's the price. Compared to the price to be paid, it may be very small. After all, the one to be killed is a cosmic overlord like Thanos. But in this case, there is no doubt that none of the three giants of the Avengers can escape, and they will all die. Everyone looked at Captain America and Tony Stark, because if the critical scene in the picture just now really came, using the nuclear bombs that were ambushed in advance seemed to be the only way. Captain America Rogers thought about it and said, if it is a necessary sacrifice, I can accept it. As a soldier, there is nothing that is unacceptable. Captain America Rogers looked very calm. For him, there are many situations on the battlefield where people need to sacrifice, cover the rear, and attract firepower. It is really not that rare. At most, it is just his turn this time. And it is from World War II to the present. For him, this is undoubtedly a time travel. He loves this world, but he has no sense of belonging. His real sense of belonging has always been 70 years ago. Even if the world is technologically advanced, it is not his world. He is willing to sacrifice himself to protect this world. Everyone looked at Tony Stark, and Tony Stark said, "I'm going to die anyway, so it doesn't matter how I die." But the question is it really possible to blow him up? Thanos is the overlord of the universe, and his Chitauri have slaughtered countless planets. Is it possible that none of these planets have developed to the point where they can launch nuclear bombs? If Thanos is so easily blown up, wouldn't he have died long ago? Since he can live well until now, it is enough to show that this method is difficult to work. Tony Stark said the most critical problem, that is, the most powerful weapon of mankind, the nuclear bomb, may not be able to hurt Thanos. As the overlord of the universe, Thanos has too many enemies to face. If he can be blown up so easily, it will not be his turn to dominate. Everyone thought about it, and it was true. The Earth must not be the most powerful technological civilization that Thanos is dealing with, but what others can't do, how can the Earthlings do it? The life level of Thanos is called the father level, at least that's what Lin Feng said. We don't have much to refer to, but Odin is also the father level, so we can probably know that Thanos is at least at the level of God King like Odin. In other words, he may not have the title of God, but he is actually a living god walking between heaven and earth. It's a bit ridiculous for us to use the physical strength of ordinary carbon-based creatures to infer his level. Tony Stark said, even ordinary bullets and shells can't hurt him at the level of Lin Feng, and he thinks he is still a big gap compared to Thanos, so it's not impossible for Thanos to withstand nuclear bombs. Doesn't that mean that the only way is still those stones? Hawkeye Barton said, a little discouraged. Yes, the final solution may really be those stones. Tony Stark said, I also think that, even if Thanos wants to kill half of the life in the entire universe, he also needs the power of those stones. If not, how long will Thanos have to kill? After being reminded by Tony Stark, everyone immediately understood that the key is still on these stones. These are the key to defeating Thanos in the end. Now we still know too little, but if we ask Thor, is it possible to know more? I think he may have seen this situation in the diary. The Asgard is a god-level civilization, and should know much more than us. Hawkeye Barton said. Before, Lin Feng was afraid of this and that in the diary, and was afraid of the Ancient One and Odin, but I don't think the Ancient One and Odin will pose any threat to us. Their existence may still protect ordinary people like us. When everyone heard this, it seemed to be true. For example, the Ancient One, the one who was afraid of the Ancient One was Lin Feng, who came from other universes, and might be dealt with by the Ancient One, who could observe the timeline. They might even be treated as dimensional demons invading from other universes, but that is Lin Feng's own business. What does it have to do with them? They are all serious Earthlings. So the existence of Ancient One is like a thorn in Lin Feng's throat, but for them, it is a real protective god. Especially when they know that there are so many dimensional demons in other dimensions, it is even more so. Without the protection of Ancient One, they feel unsafe. Although there is Doctor Strange Stephen Strange, a magician called the protagonist by Lin Feng, it is not as reliable as the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One. After all, nothing has happened to Ancient One for so many years, but you, Doctor Strange, have so many things happened in just a few years. There is even a timeline that collapses the universe. Just tell me if you are dangerous or not. And Odin, you can probably see Odin's camp from Thor's camp. No matter how iron-blooded a king he was before, he is now a kind and benevolent father god who is unwilling to go to war easily, and is another line of defense to protect the earth. And what happened after these two died? Aliens invaded, and Thanos invaded. These happened after the disappearance of these two big guys. It is hard for them not to speculate whether there is any causal relationship. At the very least, their existence is a deterrent at the cosmic level. Although ordinary people don't know, it is obvious that in the eyes of the major forces and top masters in the universe, the Earth is a very complicated place. A lot of things must have happened in the future. For example, Thor actually became a dead fat otaku. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Black Widow Natasha said. Isn't he a god? How come he can't even manage his body? He must have suffered a great blow. After all, Lin Feng said that he was born with a star of misfortune. In the Chinese context, a star of misfortune means a fate that will kill all relatives and friends. By that time, he should have lost his parents, brothers, sister, and his people. Even Asgard itself might have been completely destroyed because of Ragnarok. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to Earth and become the king of a small fishing village in Northern Europe. Nick Fury thought for a while and said. Everyone was silent. If it were them, they would probably be very decadent, especially Tony Stark, who had a similar experience. For a period of time after his parents died, he indulged himself crazily and used alcohol to numb himself so that he wouldn't think about the sudden loss of two relatives. Later, it was a bad day who pulled him back, so he would treat a bad day as his uncle, but a bad day obviously regarded this experience as his own credit, and relying on this credit, he even wanted to get rid of him and monopolize Stark Industries. So we will have to face these in such a short time in the future? Hill said with emotion. We don't have much time left. Everyone suddenly felt the sense of urgency. After all, the improvement of scientific and technological civilization is undoubtedly very difficult. The progress of the United States in recent years is almost negligible compared to the early years. Not every country can be like China across the street, and its national strength has increased by 70 to 80 times in just 30 years. Anyway, the nuclear bomb thing can indeed be used as an alternative, but the key is to find those stones, Nick Fury said. In the palace of Asgard, Odin watched Captain America Rogers still fighting until the end, and his eyes were full of admiration. He admired these tough warriors the most, so he opened up the Hall of Valor so that these people could serve him even after death. And Thor also completely recognized Captain America's fighting will, which sweetened his temper, so even if Captain America Rogers secretly practiced a combo, he was not angry. Especially when it came to the critical moment, he saved himself with this trick. This future is too dark. Is there still a possibility of winning? Thor sighed. If there is no way to win, how can there be the things that happened later? Odin looked at his son and said, but your current combat power is far from enough. In that video, you still have a battle axe. I think it's good. Mjolnir is not enough for you at that stage. Go find the dwarves and ask them to forge a better battle axe for you. 350 votes plus more. Please subscribe. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116. Let Captain America and Iron Man love and hate each other. 5 more. Please subscribe. With his vision, he could naturally see the horror and power of the Storm Axe, and only the dwarves could create such a magical weapon for the future Thor. This was also the forging general appointed by Asgard. Since the dwarves surrendered to Asgard, they have basically been very peaceful, because the dwarves have a small population and are not good at fighting, so they also need a strong race to protect themselves. Asgard has such ability, and the two sides complement each other directly. Moreover, this is likely to be made after Asgard encounters the destruction of Ragnarok in the future. What kind of top quality materials can be used at that time? It must be that there is something to use, so it is better to make such a battle axe for his son now, to enhance his combat power and increase his chances of winning. To be honest, he also feels that the future is too dark. Facing Thanos, there is almost no possibility of winning. Even if they have infinite gems and infinite gloves in their hands, the power of the infinite gloves depends on who holds them. If it is in the hands of these ordinary earthlings, it may not be possible to really kill Thanos. Ordinary people cannot even afford the price of using infinite gems. Do you really think there are artifacts in this world that can be used without paying any price? The more powerful the artifact, the higher the requirements for the user. Yeah. Thor nodded. He could also feel the power of the Stormbreaker, and was very envious. It was powerful and handsome. As the saying goes, being powerful is only temporary, but being handsome is a matter of a lifetime. At this time, Lin Feng, who had finished recording the diary, used the space gate magic to put the diary back into the safe at home. It would be nice if I could draw a portable space someday, so I don't have to keep it in the safe all day, Lin Feng said with emotion. He teased Captain America Rogers in the diary, but in fact he still respected him in his heart, although many people were dissatisfied with the content of Captain America 3, and felt that he was just one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. especially under the huge popularity of Tony Stark. Not choosing Tony Stark was even more sinful, but Lin Feng's view was not so extreme. No matter how the US government makes Captain America a god, he is just an ordinary person after all. He is just an ordinary person with power. His moral character is much better than that of ordinary people, but he is just a normal human being. Normal humans naturally have preferences. Besides, Captain America's statement is not unreasonable. There is nothing to whitewash about the Winter Soldier who killed Howard Stark, but he was used as a weapon, and the real killer was Hydra. Later, Tony Stark obviously acquiesced to this statement, otherwise he would not have reconciled with Captain America so proudly. Otherwise, according to that logic, as an arms dealer, the weapons were manufactured by his company, and then used by terrorists or the military to kill people, so should he also be responsible? Suicide to apologize? However, Lin Feng did not intend to intervene in the matter, so let them love and kill each other. Otherwise, how can we say that SHIELD is efficient? It only took 3 days for Sharon Carter to come to Lin Feng with the information of Anton Vanko and Ivan Vanko. It was in a slum on the outskirts of Moscow. Anton Vanko was driven out of the United States and then became an alcoholic. He is now bedridden and his family conditions are very poor. In this environment, Ivan Vanko was able to teach himself how to make an arc reactor. I have to say that it was all due to Ivan Vanko's awesomeness. Lin Feng immediately chartered a plane to Moscow and rushed to Russia with Sharon Carter and other team members. After enduring the bad roads in Russia for a while, Lin Feng finally came to this slum on the outskirts of Moscow. Since most places are in the far north, under the effect of thermal expansion and contraction, the roads throughout Russia can be said to be bad everywhere. During the Soviet era, Russia still had the ability, willingness, and money to repair them, but now it can only endure. Of course, the United States is not much better now. With the end of the Cold War, the ruling capabilities of the two empires have declined extremely dramatically. The United States is just a little better than Russia. When Lin Feng brought a group of people to find Anton Vanko and Ivan Vanko, the father and son were still very surprised. A group of Americans, led by a guy who looked like a Chinese, found these two Russians. This was a bit too strange. "What do you want to do with me?" Ivan Vanko said in English with caution. He knew that his father had an enemy in the United States, none other than the current world's richest man, Tony Stark. In his opinion, the only people in the United States who could come to them now, or even cause trouble for them, could be people from Tony Stark's Stark Industries. "Relax, don't be nervous, I'm not Tony Stark's men." Lin Feng smiled slightly, and he saw through what Ivan Vanko was worried about at a glance. "Then what do you want to do?" Ivan Vanko did not let down his guard. Although he was also good at fighting and was tall and strong, the team led by Lin Feng looked difficult to mess with, especially the strong-looking Chinese man, who gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. "It's very simple. I want to invite you to join my company," Lin Feng said. "Why?" Ivan Vanko did not agree immediately, but asked. Lin Feng smiled faintly and then said, "Why else? Because you are a talent. I think you are a super genius who is not inferior to Tony Stark. Now he has taken out the arc reactor and the nuclear fusion system. This is a super big cake of the future. I want to share a piece of it. What's the problem? And you are the talent I'm optimistic about." Lin Feng didn't think about running it in detail at first. First, he had never drawn relevant technical rewards, and second, he felt it was troublesome. But as time went by, his wealth increased rapidly, and his ideas were different from before. No one always has the same idea. Of course, the most important thing is that he feels that he is sure to keep a larger fortune. And you also need my help. Do you still have money to treat your father? Go to the United States, where there is the best medical environment, and your talent can be brought into play. In Russia, technical talents like you are useless, right? Lin Feng said. Since the disintegration of the Soviet Union, Russia has degenerated into a large gas station, relying entirely on selling resources for a living, and there is no demand for high-tech talents at all. Ivan Vanko glanced at his father beside him, and finally decided to accept the invitation. He had already thought about how to use this Chinese American to achieve his goal. He wanted to take revenge on Tony Stark. Of course, there is one more thing. Since you promised me to work for me, I hope you will give up some unrealistic fantasies, such as using my company's resources to build a suit of armor to trouble Tony Stark. I don't want to end this kind of thing for you, understand? Lin Feng suddenly said with a smile. Lin Feng still remembered that in the original timeline, he was finally recruited by Justin Hammer, although Justin Hammer was also a typical capitalist who wanted to exploit his talent. But he was also well fed and rescued from prison. What did Ivan Vanko do? He completely used the resources of Justin Hammer's company to take revenge, causing such a big thing, and finally causing Justin Hammer to be arrested. Maybe relying on his identity as a capitalist and the fact that he did not commit a crime, he might be released in the end, but he could not avoid a mess. So why is Ivan Vanko a villain? Because he doesn't know what gratitude is, and he only has his own hatred in his heart. So Lin Feng had to warn him in advance. Don't say I didn't warn him. If it was before, he would definitely not go to Ivan Vanko, but now, he has the confidence to control everything, so he is not afraid. This sudden smile made Ivan Vanko sweat coldly, as if he was stared at by some beast. He didn't know, while Lin Feng knew his thoughts, but in an instant, he felt that he was seen through by Lin Feng. Of course, you can try it if you want, Lin Feng said. After that, he punched one of the walls of the slum house and collapsed on the spot. Amazing force. Ivan Vanko was almost scared to death. Although he was also tall and strong, no one dared to bully his family in this area because of his size, but he was just a normal person, and it was impossible for him to collapse a wall with one punch. And looking at Lin Feng's nonchalant look, it was obvious that he had not reached his limit. All of a sudden, the little thoughts in his mind disappeared. Anyway, we don't have to stay in this broken place anymore. Sharon, you leave an assistant to help him go through a series of procedures to come to the United States and get him to the United States in the shortest possible time, Lin Feng said lightly. After that, he turned around and took Sharon Carter away. He was not interested in staying in Russia to freeze when it was freezing cold. Although he knew that this would expose his strength, he didn't care now, because Sharon Carter and Black Widow, two SHIELD agents, were sent here, which meant that he had been exposed. SHIELD had noticed him, either because he was found out by SHIELD for pretending to be a vigilante outside, or because they knew that he had killed Kingpin before and supported Palladium I to control the underground empire. But no matter which one, SHIELD is afraid that they have a certain understanding of his strength, so it doesn't matter if some of it is exposed. 400 votes for more updates. Please subscribe. Chapter 117 Spider Totem, Spider Universe, 6th update, 450 votes plus update. Lin Feng didn't know how well Nick Fury knew him, but he was obviously exposed under the eyes of SHIELD, so he was not panicked. First, he knew that SHIELD always did such annoying things, and Nick Fury's distrust of others was not just directed at him. Didn't he also arrange people in Tony Stark's company? As long as he thought someone might be a threat and involved in the world of the extraordinary side, they were all under his jurisdiction. He would not care about ordinary companies, even if you were involved in smuggling arms. And the strength he showed, whether it was killing Kingpin or the identity of Homelander, was enough to attract Nick Fury's attention. But that was all. Nick Fury couldn't do anything to him, because he was now a genuine super rich man. Don't look at his personal assets that have not yet broken 10 billion, but it is no problem to be listed in this year's Forbes rich list, and there is a high probability that he can enter the top 100. After all, this era has not yet reached the era of the later explosion of the wealth of the rich. With such social status, wealth and influence, it would be difficult for Nick Fury to move him, and he didn't do anything illegal, so he was naturally not panicked. Again, Lin Feng is generally a relatively ordinary person, so although he has set a strategy to hide, he sometimes can't help but appear in front of these protagonists. After all, he is not a 1,000-year-old fox, and it is impossible to really do what he says, which is not realistic. However, as his strength becomes stronger and his wealth and status continue to grow, his mentality has become much more stable. Facing Nick Fury, he is not afraid of SHIELD, but he thinks it is troublesome. because SHIELD is still following the rules, but the other snake SHIELD that parasitizes on him does not have so many restrictions. At that time, anything can be done. But if Hydra dares to really reach out, then chop it off. Lin Feng thought in his heart. Not long after, Lin Feng returned to New York and immediately asked Sharon Carter to register a new technology company, Lin's Technology, under Lin's investment. This time he plans to start a technology company seriously, and with the help of Ivan Vanko, it should be able to soar to the sky. Because there is only one player in the nuclear fusion clean energy market now, and that is Tony Stark. In fact, the research on nuclear fusion is not new in the world. Various countries have been conducting it for at least several decades, but this is another 50 years forever. No matter when you ask, he will tell you that it will be ready in 50 years. Now Tony Stark, who has airborne with the only mature plan, is in this area, which can be called a dimensionality reduction attack. It has directly set off a frenzy of clean energy, and even the stock of Stark Industries Group has been directly taken off. It has not been put into commercial use yet. According to the plan, it will only take 10 years to build nuclear fusion power stations one after another. In other words, from the perspective of the future Stark Industries, the current Stark Industries has just started, and it is a good time to come in and share a piece of the pie. Even if Ivan Vanko's talent is not as good as Tony Stark's, and he can only be the second for a long time, it is still a huge amount of wealth. By then, he will also completely complete a new class transition. If he can only be regarded as a third generation small rich man at the beginning, and the accumulation of 3 generations of his family is only $1 billion asset, barely squeezed into the rich class. After more than half a year of hard work, he has made himself rich enough to be on the Forbes rich list, which is enough to be called a rich man. Tony Stark was also in this class. Then above him are the super rich people who really control the United States, and can even influence the whole world, the Cheebles. He is a Cheeble by himself. However, when his recruitment needs were sent out, one of the applicants surprised Lin Feng greatly. It turned out to be Spider-Woman Gwen. When Lin Feng first met her last year, she was only a freshman. Now she is a sophomore, and has started to find a job and internship outside. This is a very common thing in the United States, especially among the elites and geniuses. Of course, more of them are blessed by family background. The parents of those American elites will write recommendation letters one by one, and send their children to internships in wealthy companies with good relationships. After a few years, these second generation rich and powerful people have ridiculously beautiful resumes before they graduate. During this period, even Lin Feng received a lot of recommendation letters, many of which were forwarded through Lin Feng's family. They are considered old friends of the Lin family, and many of them have very beautiful resumes. Lin Feng directly arranged for Sharon Carter to handle it, and he did not ask about it. Lin Feng personally interviewed Gwen, and looked at Gwen's resume. She was a sophomore at Columbia University, an Ivy League school, and her grades in various subjects showed that she was a top student. Gwen Stacy looked at Lin Feng's handsome face and felt a little proud. She didn't expect that she would come to her door in person. Through the records in the diary, Gwen Stacy also knew that the motherland who saved her life was actually this Chinese youth. She had saved her life at the beginning, and many things recorded in the diary could be said to be shocking secrets. These prompted her to come and meet Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be such a handsome young man. Even in the aesthetics of Europeans and Americans, he is a very handsome young man, almost comparable to all the readers. Lin Feng's foundation was not bad to begin with, and he was transformed by the super soldier serum and the motherland template one after another, which made his appearance extremely superior. He was completely different from the squinty nation in the Western stereotype. Lin Feng was also glancing at Gwen. This was the first time he saw Gwen in person. She was different from what he imagined. She didn't look like the Gwen in Spider-Man, nor did she look like the Spider-Woman Gwen in the cartoon. She looked like a combination of the two. Her signature blonde hair, blue eyes like water, a straight nose, no freckles common in European and American women, and skin as white as snow. Even if Lin Feng appreciated Oriental beauties, she was still a very beautiful beauty. "Welcome, my junior from Columbia University." Lin Feng smiled and said, "You've been accepted." Go back and handle the entry procedures. Because you're an intern, there are some things that need to be coordinated. After all, you have to take care of your studies. Yes, Lin Feng's original body was a graduate of Columbia University, so it was no problem for him to be Gwen Sr. Lin Feng suddenly thought, could he go back to his alma mater and seek cooperation with Columbia University? After all, it was one of the Ivy League schools, and the talent pool was also very good. In the name of internship, he should be able to attract a lot of cheap labor. No, it should be able to attract a lot of outstanding talents. I gave them internship opportunities, and they gave back my intellectual resources. Isn't that reasonable? Nothing wrong. It's very scientific and reasonable. Lin Feng's perception was fully open, and he immediately felt a strong breath from Gwen, or in other words, her vitality was not like that of a normal human. It was just that Lin Feng knew she was Spider-Woman, so it was not strange. After sending Gwen away, Lin Feng touched his chin. Now his company is basically a mess. There are S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Sharon Carter and Black Widow, and the supervillain Whip Ivan Vanko, plus a Spider-Woman Gwen. Is this considered a mess? Why not? From this point of view, why does my company look a little bit unlike a decent good company? No, I'm a decent good person, so my company is a decent company, and there is nothing wrong with it. There is no doubt that Gwen has the power of spiders, but what about Peter Parker? Lin Feng was a little confused, because according to his understanding, according to the official setting of Marvel, those who became Spider-Man were not accidental, or in other words, not unexpected, they were all chosen by the Spider Totem. In short, they were destined to become Spider-Man. Well, yes, it is another theory of destiny. This theory can be said to be everywhere in the Marvel universe. This is also in line with the Western habit of determining superiority and inferiority by bloodline. But generally in a universe, there is only one Spider-Man and one Spider Totem. If Gwen is already Spider-Man, then is it possible for Peter Parker to become Spider-Man? Or will the future develop in the direction of Lizard-Man? If so, it would be too unfortunate. If multiple Spider-Men gather together, it is not the content of the Spider-Man universe. In other words, if the Spider-Man universe and the Marvel universe are integrated together, then it means that according to the setting, multiple female Spider-Men gathered together in 2003, and the boy protected by multiple Spider-Women may be none other than Peter Parker. If the Spider-Man universe is really integrated, then things will be exciting. But at the same time, it may also involve the Morlun family with the devouring spider totem, which means that Gwen may not realize that danger is approaching. But it doesn't matter. The main thing is to strengthen my own strength. As long as my strength is strong enough, no matter who is behind him, just kill him. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Lin Feng is mainly worried about TVA now. Although he knows that TVA will be destroyed by Loki in the end, Loki even became the god of stories, sitting on the throne, guarding each timeline, and letting each timeline develop on its own. But the problem is that before this, a large number of timelines were cut off and violently detonated. He doesn't know whether his timeline is before this or after that. Chapter 118 Spider-Man has not met the person who gave him 3 moles. First update, please subscribe. The more you know, the more afraid you are. This is the real fear hidden deep in Lin Feng's heart. Even if you are facing Thanos, no matter how strong Thanos is, you can still fight and find ways to fight. But TVA is different. If you cut off your timeline directly from the root, you will be really finished and thrown into the void. Do you really think that, if the weakling Loki can easily kill Conqueror Kang, others can do it too? To put it bluntly, before killing Conqueror Kang, everything Loki experienced was just a script written by others. Including how they act and how they speak, they are all stipulated by others. They are actors. It is the product of Conqueror Kang's boredom. Otherwise, how could countless strong people in history be eaten to death by TVA? When he just crossed over, Lin Feng also thought about it. Otherwise, he could learn from Loki. For example, if he met someone from TVA, he could directly take action against those weaklings. After all, they are just ordinary people, and they don't really have much fighting power. Later, he realized that his idea was naive. People can attack you from the end of time. From the moment you cross over, they can completely wipe you out, and you don't know it yet, but you are gone suddenly. So what he is afraid of now is this. He is afraid that when TVA arrives at the time when he just crosses over, he will be just a powerless person and will be directly dealt with. As a downstream person in the timeline, he has no way to deal with it. Not to mention that the strength of TVA is definitely not just a little bit of what it shows, because it is not realistic at all. For example, the drawer of infinite gems is actually very scary. Although logically speaking, different parallel time and space cannot be used universally, can they actually be used? Look at how the Avengers went back to the past to collect infinite gems, and the supervillains in the What If series who have infinite gems and cross parallel universes, which one can't be used because of different universes? If TVA is just a few brushes, how can it rule this huge timeline? Is it just those simple 3 axes? Lin Feng was a little annoyed when he thought of this. He didn't stay in the company for long, but drove his sports car to Queens. For a slum, the sports car that Lin Feng drove was quite eye-catching. If it was placed in more than 10 years, there might not be any wheels left after leaving it for a while. The current public security is not that bad. He was waiting for Peter Parker to finish class. Well, Peter Parker is now in elementary school. Lin Feng wanted to confirm whether Peter Parker was special now. After all, as the first type and the first male protagonist of the Spider-Universe, Peter Parker would become Spider-Man in most cases. So is there anything special about him? Lin Feng had someone check the whereabouts of Peter Parker a long time ago, including his charming aunt who had seen it with her own eyes. But he still didn't want to interfere with Peter Parker's growth line. It was not time for him to appear yet. He watched Peter Parker who was leaving school from a distance. His perception was fully open. Although there was a little distance, he soon confirmed that there was nothing special about Peter Parker, and there was no such thing as the existence of a spider totem in his body. That is to say, the spider totem is not lurking in the body of every Spider-Man, but will be chosen at the critical moment. In other words, Peter Parker has not met the person who gave him 3 moles. No, he has not met the spider that can make him Spider-Man. Lin Feng retracted his gaze, drove away. The huge sound of the sports car still attracted a lot of people's attention, especially in such a slum. There are sports cars that dare to drive in, which also surprised many people. Late at night, Lin Feng returned home as usual. After washing up, he came to the desk in the study and began to write a diary. Now he is used to writing a diary every day. Although he is a little uncomfortable at the beginning, he gradually gets used to it. In this strange world, this may be one of the few comforts in his heart. Many of his words cannot be said to others, so he can only write them in his diary. Not to mention that this is also related to the improvement of his strength, which is even more important. Today is a really busy and fulfilling day. Tactical retreat. I'm not like some people who have nothing to do every day, but go to brothels to listen to music. Who would go to brothels to listen to music? Can a decent person go to brothels to listen to music? Do you believe it? I don't believe it. I also want to get a share of the clean energy. Ivan Vanko is a person who can be trusted, but not completely trusted. However, he is still the stereotype of Russians in the American mind. He is rough, uneducated, and inexplicably has some high technology. He also made Tony Stark fall over, almost killed Tony Stark directly, and even used Justin Hammer's resources to make trouble. He is not an easy person to deal with. However, he didn't expect that Tony Stark still had the aura of a protagonist. He deserved to be defeated. Lin Feng's diary was updated. For a while, all the people who were waiting for Lin Feng to update the diary before going to bed suddenly became energetic. Although sometimes, Lin Feng's diary may be just a simple sentence "the weather is fine," but everyone has to read it before going to bed. Now it has become a habit for Lin Feng to write a diary, and it has also become a habit for many people to read his diary. Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony Stark quickly held a meeting online. Gwen Stacy was also rolling on the bed in a sexy pajamas, not noticing that her breasts were exposed. She opened the diary and thought about the exemption with Lin Feng today. She also wanted to know how Lin Feng would write about today's events, and whether he would mention her. In the palace of Asgard, Thor and Odin also gathered together to read the diary, but this time, there was one more person. none other than Queen Frigga. After a while, the father and son decided to confess to Queen Frigga, or in other words, it was not active, but they were caught by her passively. Queen Frigga became suspicious of the father and son who had to go out together every night, so she caught them in the act. Originally, the two did not want to tell Queen Frigga, because many of the things involved were not beautiful at all. Asgard was destroyed, Loki died, Odin died, Hela died, and even Queen Frigga might have died. Such a future was too dark, and the father and son almost instinctively didn't want her to know. After reading the contents of the diary, Queen Frigga hugged her eldest son distressingly and said, "Thor, I didn't expect you to suffer so much in the future." Thor was a little uncomfortable, but he still pretended to be strong and said, "It's nothing, that's another timeline, and it may not be my ending." Queen Frigga looked at her eldest son kindly and distressingly. She could fully imagine how decadent her eldest son would be after losing his relatives, his people, and Asgard. It was such a big blow to let a person who never stayed idle become a dead fat otaku. Thinking of this, she felt even more uncomfortable. She didn't have too many emotional fluctuations about her own death. She was brought up by a witch and had some mysterious abilities. For her, death was not something that she could not accept. It was just that her eldest son would lose everything and be extremely miserable in the future. This was what made her most distressed. Originally, she blamed her husband a little bit. Why did he train her son to death? Even a congenital god like Thor, who had divine power to protect him, was still trained miserably. Even she couldn't stand it, but Odin refused to relax, and even Thor refused to give up. At that time, she didn't understand, and thought it was just the father and son who were stubborn. Now she understands what happened. So that's the case. Is the future so thrilling? In her family, except for her eldest son, will everyone else die? Especially her husband. Even if there are no many changes, he will not live for a few years. This is an irreversible process. She may still escape the inevitable death, but her husband can't escape it. She felt even more uncomfortable. If she hadn't been unable to ask Lin Feng in person, she would have gone to Earth to find Lin Feng and ask him how to solve it. Does this person from another universe have any way to solve Asgard's Ragnarok? Lin Feng also wants a piece of the clean energy pie. Tony Stark frowned slightly. He didn't think there was anything wrong with that. Because in fact, it's not a good thing for him to be the only one in the market. He has to bear countless pressures. This is the result of eating alone. If his company didn't have 5 major member countries in its shares, he would probably be checked soon. In the world of capital, although capital is king, he is just one of the kings, not the supreme existence. So if Lin Feng enters the market, it can greatly relieve his pressure. Besides, he believes that his products are the best, and the big money is still his. And more money is really just a number for him. Others may be suspected of pretending to be cool when they say this, but he really thinks that this is just a string of zeros. His wealth is increasing every day, and he can't spend it all. It's so distressing. Especially since he and Nick Fury had discussed this issue. It was no exaggeration to say that Lin Feng's current strength was superhuman, and he was willing to make money according to the business rules of ordinary people, which was a great thing. Otherwise, it would be easy for such a terrifying existence to make money by means outside the rules. For example, Lin Feng directly killed Jinbing and annexed his laundered property, which was a typical example. A new day has begun, and updates have begun. Please subscribe and support with monthly tickets. Chapter 119. Damn it, Iron Man is not his biological son. Second update. Please subscribe. After all, many people, after suddenly gaining great power or huge wealth, are prone to losing control and becoming unworthy of their position. One day he was a superman, and the next day he was a native. One day he was a good man, and the next day he didn't eat beef. Otherwise, once Lin Feng started not to eat beef, how many people in the world could stop him? Now Lin Feng can do business and make money according to the rules, which is a great thing. It shows that, although Lin Feng's fighting ability is not human, he still has to be a human in life. So although Lin Feng said that he wanted to get a share of clean energy, Tony Stark didn't care much. What really made him care was this person named Anton Vanko. In Lin Feng's words, this is not a fuel-saving lamp, not only referring to his character, that is very troublesome. It also means that his ability is really amazing, and he inexplicably has some high technology. This evaluation is in line with the Americans' consistent impression of Russians. Because of the shaping of Hollywood blockbusters over the years, almost all Americans think so. Because the Soviet Union is gone and has no ability to defend itself, it is still up to the Americans to say what they want. In Hollywood movies over the years, Russians really have this image, basically rough, but they have very dangerous technology that can threaten the security of the world. Of course, it is the Americans who will save the world in the end. Tony Stark, who is mentioned in it, is also very familiar. To be precise, they are all rich second generations in the same circle. How can they not be familiar with each other? But the difference is that Justin Hammer is an elite wholesaled from the assembly line. That is, the so-called elite created in batches by the wealthy family through fixed methods. Tony Stark is a real genius, and Justin Hammer wants to touch him every day, wanting to give outsiders a feeling that he and Tony Stark are the twin stars of the younger generation. However, his real talents are far worse than Tony Stark. Just comparing the two together makes Tony Stark feel that he is completely humiliated. Tony Stark almost immediately figured out the way. It must be that Ivan Vanko almost killed himself and attracted Justin Hammer's attention. Especially since he can actually produce clean energy that is similar to the arc reactor. He will definitely be a talent that Justin Hammer covets. However, Ivan Vanko is obviously not a pushover. He used Justin Hammer's resources to avenge himself, but he failed in the end. The reason for the failure is the protagonist's halo. Lin Feng has mentioned this protagonist's halo more than once. He doesn't believe in the protagonist's halo. He only believes in his own efforts. All this is the result of his own efforts. In other words, according to what Lin Feng said in his diary before, Ivan Vanko may be a supervillain. Of course, this supervillain also has to work for Lin Feng now. Tony Stark was surprised to find that Lin Feng was getting used to the identity of a capitalist at an astonishing speed. For capitalists, there is no one who cannot be exploited. But I didn't expect Gwen to come to the company to apply for a job. I have to say that she is a popular lover. The Gwen in this world is more beautiful than any other version, and she is also a top student. During the day, I went to see Peter Parker, but there was nothing special about him. He seemed to be just an ordinary child. Could it be that he hadn't met the person who gave him the 3 moles yet? From a worldview perspective, the appearance of each Spider-Man is not accidental, but the chosen one of the Spider Totem. But can there only be one Spider-Man in each world? And does this world also integrate the Spider-Verse like that? If the Spider-Verse is integrated, then according to the timeline, Mrs. Spider, Spider-Woman, Spider-Girl, and 3 generations of Spider-Women should have appeared in the past few years. If so many Spider-Men have appeared, it seems reasonable that a Spider-Woman Gwen appears now. However, when the real male number 1 has not grown up yet, the appearance of these spider characters makes the timeline too messy. But now it is already very messy, and it doesn't seem to make any difference if it is a little more messy. And if this is true, it may have to rewrite the mystery of Peter Parker's life experience, including Peter Parker's mother's difficult childbirth, and young Ben Parker, etc. Maybe it is really this universe. If these spider families really appear in advance, then the supervillain Morlun family may also exist. This is a ruthless person who strengthens himself by devouring spider totems. Gwen will be in big trouble at that time. The only way is probably to gather a lot of Spider-Men to fight against them, which will be fun to watch. I guess if Egghead knew about this, he would probably have a headache. This universe is weird. Many timelines and many characters don't match. It is more dangerous than imagined. However, the Marvel multiverse is already very chaotic. In different universes, many people have different identities and life experiences. Loki has been the supreme sorcerer. Tony Stark has also been the supreme sorcerer. And in another universe, Tony Stark is not even Howard Stark's biological child, but an adopted son. It's too messy and can't be sorted out at all. Gwen looked at Lin Feng's praise for her beauty in the diary, and her eyebrows raised immediately, with a smug look on her face. After all, she was just a girl of 16 or 17. How could she not know her superior appearance? The kind of beauty without knowing it, handsomeness without knowing it, can only be possible if this person is blind and cannot see what she looks like. However, what she saw afterwards was also an unprecedented huge shock to her. The appearance of every Spider-Man was not accidental, but the chosen one of the Spider Totem. In other words, it turned out that she would become Spider-Woman, not an accident, but destiny? Was she chosen by others? This was a big shock to her. She thought she became Spider-Woman just by accident. Especially Lin Feng also said that there was indeed a universe where she would become Spider-Man, while Peter Parker would become the Lizard Man and eventually die in her hands. This feeling was like a kind of fate. But now she was told that her existence was never an accident, but the chosen one of the Spider Totem. So what is the Spider Totem? She didn't know what the Spider Totem was, and couldn't understand it. She could only simply understand it as, or similar to some kind of world will, or some kind of god. She didn't understand, but she knew that she was a god-chosen existence, not an accident, but a reality. Although she had known that there would be many Spider-Men, she didn't expect that there would be so many female Spider-Men alone. Mrs. Spider, Spider-Woman, Spider-Girl, and even 3 generations of Spider-Woman. This is too many, including myself. It is probably the 5th female Spider-Man mentioned in Lin Feng's diary. So in Lin Feng's mind, can I and these Spider-Woman, Spider-Woman and the like only be classified as Spider-Man characters? And the real eternal male protagonist? No, it may even be the eternal male number 1 of the Marvel universe, should be the little boy named Peter Parker. It seems that Lin Feng has some guesses about the life experience and abilities of this little boy named Peter Parker. But what shocked her most was that there was a supervillain Morlun family, and this family could even devour the Spider Totem to strengthen themselves. It is known that Spider-Man is the chosen one of the Spider Totem, including Spider-Woman like herself, or Mrs. Spider, Spider-Woman, etc. That is to say, their abilities may all come from the Spider Totem, and this Morlun can even absorb and devour the power of the Spider Totem. No wonder Lin Feng said that she would gather a lot of Spider-Men to fight against him. But the problem is that she doesn't know where to contact these Spider-MRS, Spider-Woman, etc. Not to mention the Shuttle universe. She has no clue at the moment. For a moment, her sense of urgency rose all of a sudden. Although Thanos, Dormammu and the like were very oppressive before, they were all the Avengers, or Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange and others to deal with, and had little to do with her Spider-Woman. But now the Morlun family is coming for her, and the feeling is naturally completely different. And it's so powerful. Now she is also beginning to be anxious and insomniac. Especially when she knows that there may be an unimaginable terrifying enemy. Similarly, Nick Fury is really a headache. He directly ignored the name of the egghead, and looked directly at the specific content, timeline, and characters. Many of them don't match. Even Lin Feng feels that this universe is dangerous. How dangerous is it? Simply put, Lin Feng is really a bit of a nobody at this stage. If even he feels it is dangerous, then this level of danger is probably beyond his ability to deal with. Especially what Lin Feng mentioned. If the so-called Spider-Verse exists, then there may even be a lot of Spider-type characters in the past few years, and he, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., knows nothing about it? This is not incompetence. This is not dereliction of duty. What is it? The key is how to deal with these dangers? And the other person in the messy wind is none other than Tony Stark. He doesn't have much feeling about being the supreme sorcerer in other universes. That was something he knew last time, but what he couldn't accept was that there was a universe where he was not his father's biological son. It was really a thunderbolt at the opening. Asking for monthly tickets, adding one more chapter for every 50 votes, never breaking my promise, so don't be stingy with the monthly tickets in your hands. Chapter 120 Iron Man, why was I hung up and beaten again? 3 more chapters, please subscribe. Yes, Tony Stark and his father Howard Stark have a bad relationship, and they often quarrel with each other. On the eve of Howard Stark's accident, it even reached the point where Tony Stark had to be sent to a boarding school to solve the problem. But no matter what, he couldn't accept that he was not his father's child. This was a humiliation. If it weren't for the fact that the person who recorded the diary was Lin Feng, and it was about a certain universe, Tony Stark would probably go berserk on the spot. But even so, his face was quite ugly now. How many branches does this Marvel multiverse have? How could it be so messed up? Black Widow Natasha said with emotion. Everyone nodded. During this time, they also knew that the universe they were in was called the Marvel Multiverse in Lin Feng's diary. They didn't know why it was called Marvel. But at least they knew one thing, that is, this universe is very wide, not only in the physical sense, but also includes various parallel universes. There are so many parallel universes that even Lin Feng can't figure out how many there are. This further confirms their previous understanding of Lin Feng. In the original universe, he is indeed just an ordinary person. But even such an ordinary person can also observe many things in other universes. This is the most terrifying thing. It shows how high the dimension of Lin Feng's original universe is, and how advanced the technology is. Although Lin Feng behaved like a weak chicken and an ordinary person at the beginning, but technological civilization does not pay attention to personal strength. Just like the current human beings, in terms of technology, they are much stronger than hundreds of years ago, but in terms of physical strength, there is no difference compared with humans hundreds of years ago, or even thousands and tens of thousands of years ago. Therefore, Lin Feng's weakness did not make them underestimate the Earth in Lin Feng's universe. On the contrary, it will only raise it infinitely. It can be said that Ivan Vanko still has potential, but he is too reckless. Although he almost overturned Tony Stark, he was still one step behind. Do you know the value of the protagonist's halo? Tactical retreat, but now you all have to work for me, and you will never have the chance to go out and cause trouble for others. I also helped Tony Stark solve a big problem. No need to thank me. If you must thank me, please call me my countryman. Then a video appeared in the diary. According to the management, everyone clicked it to take a look. At the beginning of the screen, there was a TV screen, which was playing the scene at the end of Iron Man 1, when Tony Stark admitted that he was Iron Man in front of everyone. I know this is very confusing, but questioning the official is one thing, and making up stories that I'm a superhero is another thing. To be honest, I'm not a hero. I have many personality flaws, and have done many stupid things in front of the public. The fact is that I'm Iron Man. In a dilapidated slum room in the suburbs of Moscow, the elderly Anton Vanko stared at Tony Stark's speech on TV. Tony, your famous scene. Black Widow Natasha joked. This statement comes from Lin Feng's diary, calling it one of the famous scenes in Iron Man's life. Tony Stark just shrugged and said nothing more. His eyes also fell on the video. Ivan. Anton Vanko called his son. Come here. At this time, the strong Ivan Vanko came to his father Anton Vanko and said, that should have been yours. Faced with this situation, Ivan Vanko could only comfort him and said, don't listen to what others say. I'm sorry, I can only give you my knowledge. Anton Vanko said weakly. After saying this, he died in the cold winter in the suburbs of Moscow. Ivan Vanko could only drink vodka while crying, and finally roared angrily. The scene turned again, and Ivan Vanko also took out the design drawing of the arc reactor jointly made by Howard Stark and Anton Vanko. Then he began to knock on the arc reactor bit by bit. The walls of his studio were all covered with Tony Stark's pictures, magazine covers, etc. And Tony Stark recognized it almost at a glance. Isn't this the arc reactor? Although it can be said to be very rough. To be honest, his own arc reactor was also rubbed by hand, which is a little more delicate than his, and there is really no difference in essence. And the identity of this person is also about to be revealed. Ivan Vanko. And his father is Anton Vanko, who was driven out of the United States by his father. And looking at this plot, what else is there to say? There is no doubt that he is preparing for revenge. No wonder Lin Feng said that he solved a big problem for himself. If such a smart person tries every means to find trouble with himself, it will still cause some trouble. In just this short clip, Ivan Vanko has already won the recognition of Tony Stark. Of course, this recognition is nothing else but his intelligence, which is indeed as smart as Lin Feng said. After all, being able to rub out such an arc reactor by hand is not something that ordinary people can do. The drawings designed by Howard Stark and Anton Vanko at the time could only be regarded as semi-finished products, and even the design concept could only be regarded as semi-finished products. and on this semi-finished product, first of all, the design drawings must be perfected and then rubbed out by hand. Do you know how difficult this is? His father, Howard Stark, was also a smart man, a great genius recognized by Lin Feng, but he still failed to complete this step. Throughout his life, the design drawings of the arc reactor were only semi-finished products. Although they were limited by the times, the difficulty can be imagined. He completed the subsequent design independently, and Ivan Vanko also completed the subsequent design of the semi-finished product. These are enough to prove that Ivan Vanko's talent is indeed the best in the world, not those fools. And then, the picture turned, and Tony Stark appeared on the racing track in Monaco. Like many rich second generations who want to seek excitement because they are too rich, Tony Stark also has a very exciting hobby, which is racing. Others may make a lot of money as a racing driver, but Tony Stark is different. It's a pure hobby. Adding that his life is coming to an end, it's even crazier. And just when Tony Stark started driving for exciting racing on the screen, Ivan Vanko had already appeared on the racing track, and the device on him started. Ivan Vanko held two electric whips and shot directly at the oncoming car, instantly splitting a car in half. There is no doubt that the comer is not kind, and the core energy source of these two electric whips is undoubtedly the arc reactor. Why doesn't he make a battle armor? Tony Stark was puzzled and was about to ask this question. After all, even the arc reactor has been built, and building another battle armor will be the same as him. Then he immediately reacted, oh, because he was poor. From the poor look at the beginning of the video, it can be known that Anton Vanko has not made any money for so many years after being driven out. In addition, nothing is left. No wonder he hates himself so much. It is really class hatred plus exploitation hatred. At this time, Pepper and Happy also realized the danger and drove directly into the stadium, going in the opposite direction. Finally, Tony Stark's car finally arrived, and was split in half by Ivan Vanko in an instant, and the whole car flew out. Not far away, Ivan Vanko was getting closer and closer. Behind him, many F1 cars crashed into each other to avoid him. For a while, the scene was in chaos. Tony Stark, who was not protected by the armor, was just an ordinary person. Facing Ivan Vanko's aggressiveness, he was no match at all and kept dodging. For a while, Tony Stark looked extremely embarrassed. Tony Stark outside the screen looked at this scene, and his face suddenly looked a little ugly. Why did he appear in such a mess twice? First, when dealing with a bad A, he was hung up and beaten by a bad A's Iron King. Then he was beaten by Ivan Vanko again. He was not handsome at all. At this time, in the picture, Tony Stark, who was in a critical situation, fortunately welcomed the duo of Pepper and Happy, and directly knocked Ivan Vanko against the wall. Seeing that they had escaped from the crisis, the three quarreled, but who would have thought that Ivan Vanko was not dead yet? The scene was in chaos, and Tony Stark's luxury car was directly split in half. At the last moment, Tony Stark finally put on the armor, and then was taught a lesson by Ivan Vanko, who hung him up and beat him up again. Tony Stark, who was watching outside the screen, looked very ugly. In the end, relying on the powerful defense of the Mark armor, he rushed to him, turned defeat into victory, and directly took off the arc reactor on his chest. You lose, you lose, you lose, Stark, Ivan Vanko said with a laugh, while spitting blood, when he was dragged out by the guards. Tony Stark looked at the arc reactor in his hand and directly squeezed it into a ball. Tony, you actually developed a suitcase version, which is really convenient. Nick Fury couldn't help but praise Tony Stark's intelligence. His invention of the Mark armor was already an epoch-making invention. Unexpectedly, in the picture, he actually developed a suitcase version that could be carried away. Tony Stark looked very unhappy. Just like the Tony Stark in the other timeline, he in this timeline also successfully developed his own briefcase version of the Mark armor. As usual, there will be an extra update for the monthly vote tomorrow, so hurry up and vote. Chapter 121, sharing the title of Iron Man with Justin Hammer? Shame on you. Fourth update. But there is no doubt that compared with the complete version of the Mark armor, the suitcase version of the Mark armor is made thinner and lighter for easy carrying, so its defense is quite weak. If the whip in Ivan Vanko's hand had a larger energy output, he would probably have his head pulled off. That's why Lin Feng said he almost flipped over. This Ivan Vanko is not only smart enough to match him, but also threatens him in reality, especially the grievances between the two sides are related to the struggle of the older generation. Tony Stark naturally stands on his father's side unconditionally. In his eyes, with his father's intelligence, there is no need to steal other people's inventions. Besides, this thing is originally a semi-finished product, and there is not even a follow-up development plan. Why did his father steal this? I have only heard of stealing finished products, not stealing semi-finished products. But now he knows that Ivan Vanko has been conquered by Lin Feng. According to Lin Feng's character, he will definitely not let him out to cause trouble. But the two sides will definitely have more confrontations in this regard in the future. In the field of clean energy, some of the two sides will fight openly and secretly. But he is not afraid of competition. He believes that he is the best and the smartest. In direct competition, he is confident that he will not lose to anyone, but he is afraid that someone will attack him behind his back, which is what he cannot accept. But what Ivan Vanko said just now is not without reason. He understood what Ivan Vanko meant in an instant. Although Ivan Vanko was not his opponent, and was even easily defeated by him in the end, if this god bleeds, then countless hungry wolves will pounce on him. How did the British Empire fall? It was because it used all its strength in the Boer War. Although it won in the end, it also shed a lot of blood. Since then, everything has been different. What was originally obtained by the Queen of England with the decree now requires the soldiers of the British Empire to fight with real swords and guns to obtain it. This is the biggest difference. At this time, the video has not ended yet, but Tony Stark is commanding the robot to clean up in his seaside mansion. Suddenly, Jarvis reminds him that there is an incoming call from an undisplayed number. He picked up the phone and found that the person who called was none other than Ivan Vanko. "Hey, Tony, how are you?" "What?" Tony Stark was a little confused. "I doubled the speed." The scene changed, and it was Ivan Vanko in the laboratory. Behind him were two guards who were hung up by him. Justin Hammer arranged two people to watch him, but obviously, it was useless. "You taught me to speed up the speed to get more energy. Good advice. It sounds like you, a deadhead, are also in good spirits," Tony Stark said sarcastically. "You too, ha ha ha." Ivan Vanko laughed. Tony Stark silently turned off the sound of the phone and asked Jarvis to track the phone address. "The Stark family history will be rewritten. What your father did to my family 40 years ago, I will do to you in 40 minutes. Ivan Vanko said with a sneer. While talking, Tony Stark was stalling for time to find the whereabouts of Ivan Vanko. "I hope you're ready." Ivan Vanko obviously didn't give him the time and hung up directly, causing his tracking to fail. However, he still roughly determined the location. Combined with Justin Hammer's news, Tony Stark already knew the possible location of Ivan Vanko. Then he directly installed a new model of arc reactor that had not been tested yet, using a new energy instead of palladium. At this time, Tony Stark's brain was also working frantically outside the screen, judging what was going on. First, this Ivan Vanko attacked him in Monaco, but then he failed, and the arc reactor was crushed by him, and then he was taken away by security personnel. Logically, he should be handed over to the police for handling. This is considered a terrorist. Why can he appear now to cause trouble? Judging from the picture, it seems that he has also solved the guards who are guarding him. He also made a brand new arc reactor with a faster speed, obviously using better materials and newer technology, but where did he get the resources? Combined with what Lin Feng said in his diary, there is no doubt that everything is about to come out. After the other party was arrested by the Monaco police, Justin Hammer should have rescued him from the police. With his ability, this is very simple. Although he looked down on Justin Hammer and hated him for always using himself to make trouble, he also knew that with the power of Hammer Industries, it was still easy to take someone away from the prison in Monaco. Then the before and after obviously matched, and the logic before and after was clear. At this time, at a conference, Justin Hammer appeared coquettishly, made a speech that was intended to cover up and truly launch the product he wanted to show, the Iron Soldier Corps. There are 3 armed forces. When Tony Stark saw this scene outside the screen, his face suddenly became solemn. There is no doubt that Justin Hammer did not have this ability. It was not that he looked down on Justin Hammer. Hammer Industries has always been able to eat some of his Stark Industries leftovers. How could it have this technology? If he had this skill, why would he bother to touch Tony Stark? There is no doubt that this must have come from Ivan Vanko. Lin Feng was right. He is indeed a talent. But at the same time, this also gave him a new idea. Why can't he form a corps of steel soldiers? Although the level of sophistication is definitely not comparable to his Mark armor, it is still very useful for daily combat above a certain scale. Especially the scene of the previous battle in New York really shocked him. The more he analyzed the things in that battle, the more anxious he felt. Especially when he analyzed that the human army might collapse at the touch of a button and could not stop the Chitauri army at all. He became even more anxious. He couldn't sleep all night because he couldn't think of a way to make the human and Chitauri close the gap in strength between the two sides. The gap is so big that there is no possibility of closing it. Humans may not be able to reach that level of civilization in the next few hundred years. The gap is too far. Although they won the victory in the correct timeline, it only exists in the correct timeline, and this is not the correct timeline. In other words, this time, even if he rushed forward with a nuclear bomb, he might not succeed. He might even die, just because they are not the so-called correct timeline, and do not have the protagonist halo, that Lin Feng said. It sounds very sad. Now all he can do is to find ways to improve his strength. The Iron Legion is a good choice, at least it can be used at critical moments. However, at this time, a barrage of Lin Feng passed by, and his face changed drastically. Hahaha, probably no one knows that Justin Hammer was once one of the candidates for Iron Man, but he was almost there. I can only say that, if it is destined to happen, it will happen, and if it is not destined to happen, don't force it. Tony Stark's face changed suddenly, and he couldn't help but think more, especially when Lin Feng just said that every Spider-Man did not become Spider-Man by accident. In fact, no matter how bizarre and outrageous the way they became Spider-Man was, the real reason behind it was actually because of the so-called choice of the Spider Totem. They were all chosen by the Spider Totem. He didn't know what the Spider Totem was, nor did he know what the Spider Totem's chosen one meant, but he could probably guess something. From this point of view, could it be that Lin Feng was implying that Iron Man was actually similar to the Spider Totem, and there was an Iron Man totem? In every parallel universe, there is an Iron Man, but that doesn't mean that every Iron Man must be Tony Stark. Just like the so-called Spider Universe, in theory, the first male protagonist and the biggest type is Peter Parker, but in fact, there will be various Spider-Men due to various circumstances. Lin Feng mentioned Gwen Stacy's becoming Spider-Woman a long time ago, which was based on the premise that Peter Parker became the Lizard Man, and then Gwen Stacy became Spider-Woman by mistake, and even Peter Parker died in her arms in the end. If it is true, then it is too speechless for him. Because this means that he may have to share the title of Iron Man with Justin Hammer. How low that is, it's simply too much. It instantly lowered the status of the title of Iron Man. This was even more painful than when he had calculated his own death. It was really too embarrassing. How come Iron Man is such a low title? Anyone can be Iron Man. Why don't you let a little black girl be Iron Man? This is just nonsense. Nick Fury was also staring at Ivan Vanko in the picture. He was really a troublemaker, unruly and difficult to manage. Obviously, he was saved by Justin Hammer, but he used Justin Hammer's resources to take revenge, not caring about how much threat it would cause to Justin Hammer. This kind of person, as the ancient Chinese saying goes, has a rebellious mind and can never really submit to others. But Lin Feng, this super monster who is not like a human, is another matter. There are still ways to scare him. Now he feels that what Lin Feng said in the diary is not bragging, nor is it seeking credit. If he subdues Ivan Vanko in advance and prevents him from causing trouble, it is indeed a great thing. He had a feeling that Ivan Vanko would definitely come out to cause trouble. 500 votes plus more. Please subscribe. Please vote for me monthly. Chapter 122, when superheroes are in danger, their families are even more dangerous. 5 more chapters. 550 chapters more. Soon, Nick Fury's worry became a reality. In the screen, on the stage, the last match appeared. It was Colonel Rhodes in the War Machine paint job. This paint job is okay. Although it is not as good as mine, it is not bad. Tony Stark thought proudly outside the screen. After all, this is also his own armor. Although it has undergone some boring modifications that he thinks are unnecessary, it is okay. His good intention of sending the Mark armor out has not been in vain. At this time, Tony Stark appeared in the screen wearing the Mark armor. There is a big trouble here. Tony Stark stepped forward and said under the attention of everyone. Tony, there are civilians here. I'm following orders. Don't start a fight here. Colonel Rhodes in the War Machine said. He thought Tony Stark was going to go crazy again and hurriedly dissuaded him. Everyone is in danger. I'm afraid we have to find a way to get them out. Tony Stark said while pretending to wave his hand. You must believe me now. I tried it, but I was beaten badly in your house. War Machine Rhodes said, spitting. Through this complaint, everyone immediately remembered the scene where the two sides had a big fight in Tony Stark's mansion. It turned out to be after that time point. In other words, the current Tony Stark has just found a new element and got rid of the state of palladium poisoning. No wonder War Machine Rhodes didn't believe him. It was really Tony Stark's previous performance that was too outrageous. But after all, they are still good brothers. After Tony Stark revealed that Justin Hammer might cooperate with Ivan Vanko, War Machine Rhodes quickly reacted. Vanko is still alive, Rhodes said in shock. A moment later, Vanko controlled these armors from the backstage and attacked Tony Stark directly. Tony Stark outside the screen looked even uglier, not because he was besieged in the picture, but because he suddenly reacted and the operating system inside the armor handed over to Rhodes was modified by someone, and Ivan Vanko left a back door. Obviously, the people in the Ministry of Defense did not just spray paint on these. It is even possible that Ivan Vanko's armor technology also came from the Mark armor he sent out. After all, if he had this ability before, he would have made it long ago, and it should not be just because of poverty. The shock absorption system, flight system, attack module, etc. all require a long time, money, and effort to adjust. Even if Ivan Vanko has such a talent, he doesn't have the money. Otherwise, why did Lin Feng still joke that the rich rely on technology and the poor rely on mutation? The production cost of his Mark armor alone would cost hundreds of millions of US dollars, which is no worse than the most advanced fighter jets of the US military. He was confident that, even if he gave those people in the Ministry of Defense another 100 years, they would not be able to develop a product like his armor. Unexpectedly, it has only been a short time, and he still underestimated the world. Although his is still the best, with the help of Ivan Vanko, a breakthrough from nothing to something can be achieved. In the picture, many armors ran out and chased Tony Stark. Justin Hammer just realized that the backstage of his armor had been captured. Ivan Vanko looked at his masterpiece in the backstage with satisfaction. Facing the pursuit, Tony Stark could only dodge continuously and use his super mobility to dodge. The whole scene was very exciting. Even War Machine Rhodes and Tony Stark had a fight in a park. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Black Widow Natasha invaded the backstage again and rewrote the program. Restart successful. You saved your friend. Black Widow Natasha said with a smile. Thank you, Agent Romanov. Tony Stark thanked. Your new energy bar is great. The output energy is stronger and your vital signs are also normal. Black Widow Natasha said while monitoring the numbers. Yes, I won't die for the time being, thank you. Tony Stark said. What do you mean? You were about to die. Pepper said in shock. And Tony Stark also forgot that Pepper was right next to him, which was a bit embarrassing for a while. Faced with Pepper's questioning, Tony Stark was at a loss and didn't even know how to explain. But at this time, Tony Stark and Rhodes were surrounded by the Iron Man armor that came later. The two sides fought in a group, and the whole scene was extremely hot. However, these mass-produced machines were certainly no match for the two special machines. At the last critical moment, it was Tony Stark who completely solved them with laser cutting. But the battle was not over yet, because this time, Ivan Vanko came in person wearing the armor he designed. This time, the whip rope in his hand was even more powerful. Let me do it this time. I have special weapons to deal with him. Let me use ex-wife to kill him. At this time, War Machine Rhodes said very confidently. However, when the small missile on his shoulder was launched, it actually went out directly, and it didn't even break the defense. Hammer's weapon? Tony Stark said speechlessly. Yes. Even more embarrassed was War Machine Rhodes. Faced with this situation, Tony Stark outside the screen was almost laughing crazy. Hammer Industries was really not reliable at all. Tony Stark in the picture was also speechless. Nick Fury saw this scene and silently removed Hammer Industries from the list of arms suppliers of S.H.I.E.L.D. If their products were used, and this was the result at the critical moment, who could bear it? You know, S.H.I.E.L.D. fights against high-end teams, and the worst they deal with are some terrible terrorists, each of whom has heavy firepower. If they upgrade a little, they will face vampires and werewolves. Facing such ruthless characters, if the weapons in their hands are unreliable, the casualties will increase. And Justin Hammer didn't know that he had lost a super big customer without knowing anything. Facing the enhanced version of the whip, Tony Stark and Rhodes were still beaten up, especially the whip weapon, which made him full of deterrence in close combat. Being beaten up again, Tony Stark was so angry. Why didn't he have a highlight moment since he became Iron Man? Or to be more precise, why are there so many scenes of him being defeated in Lin Feng's diary? Probably only the Battle of New York can be regarded as a highlight moment. You haven't fought 2 against 1 yet, Tony. You are a bit lame. Black Widow Natasha said teasingly when she saw this scene. Tony Stark's face became even worse. If he had been defeated twice, he could still find excuses, but they were all Earthlings, and they were all made by people who were far inferior to him. As a result, he didn't win the 2-on-1 fight, and he was in a mess. And the two have a common feature, that is, they are larger in size, and have stronger output efficiency. His armor is developed in the direction of lightness, and it is often very difficult to face such a big guy. Pure strength cannot be compared. What I thought before, for large targets, should indeed be taken into consideration. Rod, I have an idea. Do you want to be a hero? Tony Stark suddenly thought of something and said. What? War Machine asked. Finally, Tony Stark and War Machine both exploded the palm cannon at the same time, bursting out with huge power, which blasted him. You lose. In the end, Ivan Vanko was still there, and Tony Stark lost. He knocked Tony Stark down from the altar, letting everyone know that Tony Stark was not invincible, and then he would become the target of countless people. Even if only the wreckage of these robot soldiers was left, they all exploded directly after the countdown. At the critical moment, Tony Stark left the battle and saved Pepper Potts. Tony Stark, who was outside the screen, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. Just now, when he saw Pepper Potts almost being blown to death, even his heart suddenly became nervous. Seeing himself saving Pepper in the screen, he was relieved and suddenly thought of what Lin Feng said. Becoming a superhero is a very dangerous road, but being the family and friends of a superhero is an even more dangerous job. Now he feels that Lin Feng is pointing at him. After the video ended, everyone was silent for a while. After a while, Hawkeye said, "This guy's really a dangerous guy." Now it seems that it is a good thing for Lin Feng to subdue him. Everyone nodded, agreeing with this statement. Suddenly, I feel that Lin Feng seems to have become the big boss behind a supervillain. First there is Palladium Eye, and then there is Ivan Vanko. Does he have a special liking for these supervillains? Hill said. Whether he has a special liking for supervillains or not, it doesn't matter. What's important is that he can control those people. That's the most important thing. Nick Fury said. But we can't let our guard down. Ivan Vanko is no pushover. If he secretly uses Lin Feng's resources to retaliate against Tony, it will cause a lot of trouble. After all, we know how powerful Lin Feng is, but Ivan Vanko may not know that, and he might cause something out of control. Just looking at the clip just now, you can see that, if he wants to make trouble, he may really make a big deal. Although there are only fierce fighting scenes in the video, it is not the first time for those present to deal with similar cases. How can they not understand that such a big fight will definitely cause countless deaths and injuries? Just to wrap it up, it takes a lot of effort and money, and it is definitely not just a bloody battle. 550 votes for extra updates. Please subscribe. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123. As a native of my country, it makes sense for me to be able to fly. 6th update, 600 votes and an extra update. Lin Feng's diary ended, and everyone dispersed. What they learned this time was enough to keep many people awake all night, especially for Gwen. First, she knew that the source of her ability was the spider totem, and second, she knew that there was a Morlan family that relied on devouring spider totems to increase their strength. In order to prevent herself from being devoured, Gwen decided to start learning some combat skills. Although she didn't know if it would work, it was one of the few things she could do. 3 days later, Ivan Vanko was taken to the United States, along with his old father Anton Vanko. Although he had a black history of being expelled by the US government, with Lin Feng's money and the secret help of S.H.I.E.L.D., it was still easy to come to the United States for treatment. Anton Vanko was basically very weak. If Lin Feng hadn't brought him to the United States in advance, he probably wouldn't have lasted long. Now with the treatment of the best medical resources in the United States, he can live a few more years. Although the US medical system is at the bottom even in the garbage public medical system of developed countries, it is only for ordinary people. The rich can enjoy the best medical resources in the world. The main strategy is to use both kindness and force. To let Ivan Vank know that he has no chance of resisting. Only by showing kindness at the same time can Ivan Vank be conquered. In the newly established Lin's technology headquarters, Lin Feng did not choose to put the headquarters in the city center. Of course, this has something to do with the fact that the center of New York City is the center of the universe and the land is very expensive. On the other hand, he also has many things that are not convenient to put in the city center, under the eyes of everyone. So he simply bought an industrial park in the city and transformed it into the headquarters of Lin's technology. In the underground research room, in a space separated by tempered glass, Lin Feng was in casual clothes. Outside the tempered glass, a group of scientists in white coats were monitoring the data. One of the newcomers was tall and strong, like a big bear. But it was none other than Ivan Vank. This was his first time entering the Lin's technology park, and he didn't know what Lin Feng was doing. But the next second, he saw Lin Feng disappear from the spot in an instant, and then appeared 100 meters away. He almost thought he was seeing it wrong, and that his presbyopia was seeing it wrong. But then he saw Lin Feng going back and forth several times, and each time he seemed to be flashing. Speed test completed. 0.75 seconds for 100 meters. At this time, a researcher in a white coat picked up a tablet to record the data. Then Lin Feng used professional equipment to test his various data, including bench press strength, grip strength, punching power, etc. And each one was recorded in the book. And with the terrifying strength displayed by Lin Feng, Ivan Vanko was almost dumbfounded. He had never seen such a monster before. All kinds of data. It was a bit outrageous to say that he was superhuman. It was simply an unprecedented monster. If it was said that Lin Feng's punch in Russia before knocked down the wall of his house and only intimidated him, but he still had some small thoughts, then now, he didn't dare to have any small thoughts at all. This is not a human at all, but some unknown monster in human skin, right? Is this something that humans can do? His biggest enemy in his heart is of course Tony Stark. He still wants to defeat Tony Stark and regain the glory of his family, so he still knows the level of Tony Stark's armor. But in his eyes, even if Tony Stark's armor touched Lin Feng, he would probably blow it up with one punch. His strength was already ridiculous. Only then did he understand what Lin Feng's previous warning meant, especially when he saw Lin Feng's strength test data. 200 tons. The muscle density was so strong that even a sniper rifle was useless. He was completely dumbfounded. He was completely convinced. Who knew that his future boss would be such a terrifying monster? How could he dare to have the slightest thought of resistance? Amazing, isn't it? I was scared to death when I saw it for the first time. I didn't expect that there would be humans who could reach this level. one of the younger researchers said. Seeing Ivan Vanko's expression, he thought of how shocked he was at the beginning. He was almost scared to death at that time. If it weren't for the fact that the income was really high and he didn't let him study some weird things, he almost thought he had entered the research center of some strange villain. Ivan Vanko swallowed his saliva, then nodded in shock. Don't look at his tall and strong figure, but if compared with Lin Feng, there is a world of difference. If his little trick was really realized secretly, he would probably be killed immediately. As the saying goes, there is great terror between life and death. At this moment, Ivan Vanko really understood what this sentence meant. And this is exactly the purpose of Lin Feng asking him to come here, to let him extinguish the last little trick. Of course, Lin Feng is also doing a good job of recording his current strength, and even recruiting talents, trying to use scientific means to analyze the mysteries. After all, the Marvel Universe, from the setting, is that science can analyze all mysteries. If you can't analyze it, and can't analyze why, then there is only one possibility: your technological level is far from enough. Of course, this is the most core secret of his entire company. People who are marked as undercover agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. by him cannot join, so even Sharon Carter probably only knows some things here, but has no authority to check. At most, it is through the machines and scientific research equipment that Lin Feng bought from outside that it is speculated that Lin Feng is studying something. These are all purchased by Lin Feng during this period, and he has been doing it for a long time. In the United States, after you have money, many things can be obtained quickly, as long as you don't care about the cost. For Lin Feng, his current strength comes from this diary system, but he cannot put all his hopes on it. He almost instinctively wants to study the essence of his power. With money to Lin Feng's level, he can really pretend to say that it is just a string of data. Making money is to better study the secrets of oneself and make oneself stronger. Lin Feng looked at the data recorded by his subordinate researchers. He had improved in all aspects. Before, he just barely reached the strength of the primary template of the motherland. Now he has not drawn the template of the intermediate or above of the motherland, but his strength has gradually broken through the ceiling of the primary template. For example, the laser eyes he has developed now, didn't they appear after the breakthrough? From the initial thousands of degrees, now the temperature of the newspaper office has exceeded tens of thousands of degrees in an instant. This gives Lin Feng a possibility, that is, the possibility of getting rid of the dependence on the system. He saw Ivan Vanko and immediately stepped forward to say hello and said, "How is it? Are you used to it?" "Very good," Ivan Vanko said obediently. He was a head taller than Lin Feng, a little giant, but at this time he was extremely obedient. Because he didn't want to be smashed in the head by Lin Feng like a watermelon. "That's good. Do your best. Your father will arrange the best private hospital for treatment, and you just complete the task I give you. The first is to continue to improve the design of the arc reactor, and then I want to see a finished product," Lin Feng said. The technology of the arc reactor can solve many problems. It can be developed into a nuclear fusion power plant to solve the energy dilemma of mankind for many years. It can be miniaturized and matched with many things, such as cars with the arc reactor as the core, which will set off a new revolution in the entire energy industry. Of course, he doesn't need to think about how to apply these, because Tony Stark is paving the way in front. I don't know how many people are jealous and want to get a piece of the pie, but it's different from other industries. In other industries, these huge capitals and chaebols can rely on strong capital to recruit people for research and force entry. But this arc reactor, to put it bluntly, actually relies on the wisdom of Ivan Vanko and Tony Stark themselves, who invented it by force. From the level of cold nuclear fusion, we can work backwards to the starting point of nuclear fusion and carry out dimensionality reduction. It is naturally much easier to develop from high end to low end than from low end to high end. Lin Feng even doubted whether the cosmic will of Marvel was at work behind the invention of this thing. After all, various black technologies emerge in an endless stream. For example, Tony Stark's armor has only been developed in a dozen or 20 years. If he is given some more time, he may be able to develop a single armor that can travel back and forth between the Earth and the Moon. That is also possible. In the real world, these can be invented directly, as long as the screenwriter writes a big stroke without any scientific reason. But now this is in the Marvel world. There is no such screenwriter who can make these black technologies come true. It can only be possible by relying on some unknown world will or scientific laws. After explaining these things, Lin Feng left the scene on the spot, almost like a flash, leaving behind Ivan Vanko's expression, as if he had seen a ghost. I'm also considered a speedster, right? Lin Feng said, touching his chin, after leaving the underground base. How can I not be considered a speedster? After all, even Quicksilver who was killed by a bullet can be considered a speedster. There is nothing wrong with him being a speedster. Doghead. But now, what Lin Feng wants to test is the second ability that emerged after his strength breakthrough, that is, flying. It's almost like instinct. When his strength reaches a certain level, a lot of information related to flying appears in his mind. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, and his figure rose from the ground, rushing into the sky at an extremely unscientific speed. The 600th vote. Please support. Chapter 124 Hulk returns. Updated. Please subscribe. For the first time, Lin Feng felt what it meant to fly freely. The speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he had already flown far away. It was completely different from what he had imagined flying at first. It was like a fish swimming in the sea. Would the fish worry about falling into the deep sea? No. This was how Lin Feng felt now. He finally understood why he was so happy to see Tony Stark in the movies before. How could he not be happy to be able to fly freely? But he was happy. The moment he took off, he was already locked by the satellite. Especially the wealthy Tony Stark. He launched multiple satellites and kept watching in the sky to ensure that no matter where and when, at any time, there would be at least one satellite that could capture Lin Feng's movements. So the moment he just took off, the first person to be alarmed was Tony Stark. Sir, something big just happened. Jarvis woke up Tony Stark who was still taking a nap. What happened? Tony Stark stretched and said, Lin Feng can fly, a sudden new ability. Jarvis said, what? He can fly? What's going on? Project it here immediately. Tony Stark said hurriedly. Then he saw the projected picture soon. What he saw from the satellite was that Lin Feng was flying in the sky at a very fast speed, so fast that he would even make a sonic boom occasionally. In other words, Lin Feng's flying speed was almost reaching the level of supersonic speed. No, how did he fly? Tony Stark suddenly woke up and looked at Lin Feng flying in the picture as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? He is a normal person. How can he fly? Tony Stark said speechlessly. Flying is undoubtedly the collective dream of all mankind. In order to be able to fly, mankind has really made too many attempts. But that was all done with the help of external forces. Even his iron armor was actually done with the help of external forces. However, someone told him that someone could fly with his own power. Although there was a Wonder Woman who did it before, the problem was that Wonder Woman Diana was a demigod. Do you know what a demigod is? That is related to gods, and it is the child of the God King. So she can fly, although incredible, but also reasonable. And the other one who can fly, Thor, also uses the hammer of Thor. There is also a doctor who can fly, Stephen Strange, who can also rely on some unknown magic to do it. So what is the situation of Lin Feng now? What is his fastest speed now? Tony Stark asked. Based on the current speed, the limit speed can be close to the speed of sound, or even exceed the speed of sound. However, based on the daily growth of his ability, speed, endurance, and strength are constantly growing. If we refer to it as a reference, his speed will stably exceed the speed of sound. It is already a foregone conclusion, and it may even reach twice, 3 times, or 4 times the speed of sound in the future. Jarvis replied. Wouldn't that mean he flies faster than me? Tony Stark said a little speechlessly. Although his Mark armor can also fly very fast, it has its limits after all, because the armor can withstand it, but he, the person in the armor, can't. After all, he is not a professional pilot. To be honest, his physical fitness is only a little stronger than that of ordinary people, and he can't catch up with some boxers. Lin Feng can reach such a speed without any protection, which shows how terrible Lin Feng's physical fitness is. Yes, sir. Jarvis said. Tony Stark was also a little speechless. So, has Lin Feng made up for one of his shortcomings? In this way, Lin Feng's ability is still growing. So far, it has not been seen what the upper limit of his ability growth is. Overthrow the previous design of the anti-Homelander armor and redesign it. Tony Stark said a little speechlessly. Add the Homelander's ability to fly to the data and recalculate what kind of armor is needed. Okay, sir. Jarvis said. At this time, Nick Fury and SHIELD also received the information sent by Tony Stark at the same time, and everyone was in a state of panic. Especially seeing Lin Feng's flying speed, it was a bit scary. At present, the nearby Air Force base has discovered Lin Feng's existence. Two F-35s flew up to intercept him, but failed to stop him. He was shot down by his laser eyes. However, one of the pilots parachuted successfully, and the other pilot was rescued by him, and has landed safely now. He'll quickly summarize the information he had obtained so far. At the same time, a video was quickly obtained from the military. Two fighter planes took off and tried to intercept Lin Feng, but it was useless. So they launched missiles in anger, but it was useless at all. They were directly shot down by Lin Feng's laser eyes. After that, Lin Feng rescued one of the pilots and disappeared directly. He is really good at making trouble. Nick Fury was very troubled. This Lin Feng has gained a new ability, which is stronger than before, but it also means that his ability to make trouble is much stronger than before. Go and inform the military people and tell them that this is a secret experimental project within our shield and ask them to keep it confidential. If they have anything to say, let their boss come to me. Although Nick Fury was very unwilling, he still had to clean up Lin Feng's ass. It's not that he really wants Lin Feng's good, but he's afraid that if Lin Feng is really found, it will cause a big uproar. With the current strength of the United States, there may not be anyone who can restrict him. He actually considers it from the perspective of the US government. Now that Lin Feng is willing to develop quietly, it's best not to disturb him. That's not right. He is not without opponents, Hulk. Nick Fury said. He mentioned none other than Dr. Bruce Banner, also known as the Hulk. Lin Feng mentioned Bruce Banner more than once in his diary. To be precise, he mentioned Hulk. In Nick Fury's eyes, Hulk is probably the same dangerous element, because once he gets angry and turns into the Hulk, he will lose his mind and turn into a big monster with green skin. It is a product of military experiments, a super monster that cannot be replicated. To be precise, this is also one of the byproducts of the Super Soldier Serum project. It's not just SHIELD and Hydra who want to replicate the Super Soldier Serum, but also the US military. The US military has its own Super Soldier Serum project, and Hulk is an unexpected product of this plan. Although Bruce Banner accidentally mutated into the Hulk because he was accidentally exposed to gamma rays, this experiment was the Super Soldier project, which was the military's plan to replicate the Super Soldier Serum. Hulk is still being hunted by the military, especially General Ross, who hates Hulk to the core and wants to catch him and kill him. So Bruce Banner fled to India, and everything was under the control of SHIELD, but he never went to find Bruce Banner. First, he also felt that Hulk was an uncontrollable dangerous element, but since Lin Feng said in his diary that he was one of the two pillars of the Avengers, then at least he should be reliable. Secondly, he had not communicated well with the military, especially General Ross, who was a hardline military. Thirdly, at that time he had not realized that the Avengers would have to face so many terrible opponents in the future, and felt that the current combat power was completely sufficient. But now, reality tells him that he is still too naive. So he has a plan to recall Bruce Banner, and the one sent is none other than Natasha, the Black Widow. In the video of the diary, she seemed to have some kind of ambiguous relationship with Bruce Banner, so it would be best to send her there. So she asked Lin Feng for a leave, saying that her family needed it, and Lin Feng did not embarrass her in this regard, and directly approved her vacation, as if he knew that she still had tasks to complete as an agent. Now both parties are playing a tacit game. Lin Feng knew that Black Widow Natasha was the top agent of SHIELD, and SHIELD knew that you knew it, but pretended not to know that you knew it. The main focus is a tacit cooperation. At this time, in a slum in downtown Mumbai, India, Black Widow Natasha brought a team of people to the outside of a house. She asked everyone to wait outside, and she walked in. When she walked in, she found that Bruce Banner seemed to have known that she would come a long time ago, wearing old clothes, and then looked at her and said, "Agent Romanoff." Bruce Banner saw Black Widow Natasha, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. When Black Widow heard what Bruce Banner said, she was also stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that he actually knew her. "Why do I feel like I have become a big star now? I will be recognized wherever I go. Could it be that I'm a big star in a parallel universe? Do you know me?" Black Widow Natasha asked. She looked around the narrow slum and sighed in her heart. She didn't expect Bruce Banner's life to be so hard now. You know, he is a famous doctor of physics. Although he is not a rich man in the United States, he is definitely an elite talent. If it weren't for that accident, he was exposed to gamma rays and accidentally awakened the Hulk, he would probably be living very well in the United States now, living a normal elite life. The first update of today is here. Please subscribe. Chapter 125. It is reasonable for me, as an ordinary person, to be able to fly, right? Second update. Please subscribe. But now it has fallen to this point. This kind of slum is considered a very bad environment even for ordinary people in India. Although the world famous rich area is next door, this is also a feature of India, building super luxury houses in a bunch of slums. I guess so, through certain channels. Bruce Banner said. "Speaking of which, can you keep your people away? I think you came to me because you know that there is something in my body. It is very violent when being pointed at by a gun. Believe me, you don't want to see it angry. If it wants, it can demolish all the houses nearby." Black Widow Natasha didn't expect Bruce Banner, no, Hulk's perception would be so sharp. She had clearly asked the special agent team to wait outside, but now she couldn't see anything at all, and he could still sense anything. This Hulk's perception ability far exceeded her imagination. "Everyone retreat another 100 meters. Black Widow Natasha ordered again. This made Bruce Banner feel a little safe, and he felt a little relieved. It was not that he was afraid of these guns. To be honest, he had tried all the methods he could try, and it was impossible to hurt himself. Even suicide would be useless. What he was afraid of was angering the monster in his body. In order not to anger him, he had to ensure that his mood was in a calm state at all times. If he got a little angry, he would immediately transform, and it was completely conceivable that the nearby slums would be devastated. "Do you want to talk now?" Black Widow Natasha said. She also wanted to know why Bruce Banner could recognize her at a glance. Logically, he should not recognize her. Suddenly, she saw the familiar diary on the table in the room. Lin Feng's diary, Bruce Banner's copy. In an instant, all the doubts were solved. There is no doubt that Bruce Banner also has a diary, so he was able to recognize himself at the first time, and there is a reason for this. Now all the doubts have been answered. It's not surprising. There is also a diary? Black Widow Natasha pointed it out directly. "Also? You use it? You have it too?" Bruce Banner said in shock. He thought this was his opportunity, but he didn't expect that it was not unique. But he immediately figured it out. After all, it was clearly written on it that this was Bruce Banner's copy, but the problem was, since there was his copy, couldn't there be copies of others? With the copy as a medium, many things don't need to be said much, and everyone understands each other. Through the diary, they also know how terrible the future world will be, and they don't need to spend too much time to build trust with each other. For example, Bruce Banner knew that he would join the Avengers of SHIELD in the future and become one of the top combat forces. Many things don't need to be said much to understand. "Can I ask, how did you get this diary?" Black Widow Natasha asked. At present, there are 3 diaries in the hands of this group of people. One is in Nick Fury's hands, one is in Tony Stark's hands, and the other is in Thor's hands. And they all appear without any rules, no rules of time, people, and places. So she really wants to know where the one in Bruce Banner's hand came from. Because in a sense, it may fall into the hands of some people with bad intentions, and she wants to try to find any rules. One day, it suddenly appeared in front of me, and I don't know what's going on. Bruce Banner was also confused. The diary suddenly appeared in front of him, which scared him at the time. Then he went through various studies and couldn't figure out what was going on. "Have you shown it to other people?" said Natasha, the Black Sister. "No, I still know the severity," Bruce Banner said. The Black Sister breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't show it to others, otherwise it would be very troublesome to deal with it. Suddenly, Bruce Banner's face changed, and he said, "I sense that the diary is being updated, and there may be some new content." Black Widow Natasha nodded. "This is similar to other people. When the diary is updated, there will be a vague feeling to remind them that the diary is being updated. Of course, this feeling will not be very strong, and sometimes it may be ignored when busy with other things. If you don't mind, let's take a look together," Black Widow Natasha said. "That's fine." Bruce Banner thought about it. Since Black Widow knew about this, there was nothing to keep secret. He didn't let ordinary people see it, mainly because many things in it were too shocking. There was no benefit in spreading it, and it would only be regarded as a psychopath. What did Lin Feng mention in his diary? Parallel universes, multiverses, the concept of timelines, alien invasions, gods descending to Earth, and the dark dimension Lord Dormammu devouring everything. Which one can ordinary people accept? Even if it is said, it is likely to be a network talk, or be regarded as a psychopath. This world is nothing like what he imagined. It turns out that there are so many terrible organizations and institutions in this world. Not to mention S.H.I.E.L.D., which secretly deals with the dark side of this world. There is also a force composed of mages like Kamatage, which is even more terrible. Ordinary people know more, but there is no benefit at all. The two opened the diary, and at the same time, Black Widow Natasha took out a simple portable projection device and held an online meeting directly in the house in the slum. Fortunately, the surrounding area has been cleared by S.H.I.E.L.D., and there is no fear of being seen. It was the first time for Bruce Banner to participate in such an online gathering, especially when he saw celebrities joining the meeting one by one. He was even more surprised. Especially Captain America Steve Rogers and Iron Man Tony Stark. They are world famous super figures. He was shocked that these two people also knew about the diary and participated in this matter. Bruce Banner instantly figured out a lot of things. No wonder Lin Feng often said in his diary that the timeline changes were different from what he knew. That's right, because these people also got the diary and avoided some deep pits early. So of course the timeline is completely different from what he knew. This time, Bruce Banner solved a lot of doubts, and now he can understand the things that he didn't understand before. This is Bruce Banner, Dr. Banner. Black Widow Natasha came up to introduce first. "If you have read the diary, you should know these people." "I know," Bruce Banner said. "Let me tell you, Dr. Banner also has a diary," Black Widow Natasha explained. Everyone suddenly realized it. "Is it so irregular?" Tony Stark touched his chin. He felt very strange. The distribution of these diaries can be regarded as irregular. At present, the few diaries he knows are in his own hands, Nick Fury's hands, and Thor's. Now the latest one is in Bruce Banner's hands. There is almost no pattern here. The only thing that is barely related is probably the Avengers. But if the Avengers are the units, then why don't others have them? For example, Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye are all official members of the Avengers, but they don't have diaries. This means that becoming a member of the Avengers is not necessarily a necessary condition for obtaining a diary. There must be other reasons. This gave Tony Stark a headache. If the diary was circulated, the consequences would be disastrous. But he just flew a circle, and now he still has the mind to record a diary? Tony Stark muttered to himself. He opened the diary and read it. Finally awakened the ability to fly. It's reasonable for me, an ordinary handsome guy, to fly. I did a comprehensive test today, and all the data have made new breakthroughs. It seems that I should have entered the second stage. And now I can run 100 meters in 1 second. This speed can barely be considered a speedster. Why not? After all, even Quicksilver Petro, the shame of speedsters who can be killed by bullets, can be considered a speedster. So why can't I be considered a speedster? Doghead, seeing that Lin Feng's diary mentioned that he had awakened the ability to fly, and that an ordinary person could fly, it was reasonable, right? Everyone almost wanted to flip the table. This is not reasonable at all. Thor, the god of thunder, almost couldn't hold it back when he saw this scene, and his mentality was about to explode. What do you mean by reasonable? It's not reasonable at all. He, the god of thunder, can't fly. Even if he wants to fly, he has to rely on Thor's hammer to fly. It can be imagined that the ability to fly is a rare ability for the Marvel universe at this stage. Among the Avengers in the first stage, there are only two who can fly. One is Thor, who relies on Thor's hammer. The other is Tony Stark, who relies on the ability of the armor to fly. Both of them are the type of people who can fly with great strength. They don't have the ability to fly themselves, and they have to rely on other things to carry them. As a result, now Lin Feng has the ability to fly freely. This is a completely different level. It's really enviable to talk about it. Being able to fly is really an obsession in many people's hearts. Being able to fly in the sky and swim in the sea is an ability that many people dare to dream of. So angry, this damn mortal. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.